obsessed over a man in high school because I wanted to be him. And I was jealous. I would save his photos. I would copy him. I would do obsessed with him. People thought I was gay. So that's why reading that made me go in depth. I swear to God, I had a fake account to ask that guy questions. You know, on those websites where you can ask me anything type shit. I'm telling you, if you knew what I was in high school, you would be like, oh shit, this guy Zherka's not my hero. Like, he's just like me. I'm telling you, now I'm the king. But back then, dude, obsessed with the guy. All right? That's why I felt bad for that poster. It's like, I know exactly where you're coming from, my dude. I'm not even just trying to help you. I see my loser self in you. And you are a loser for posting that. Like, let's be real. If you posted that, it means you don't have a checklist of what you're supposed to be doing. That's not healthy. Right? Ain't nothing feel better than every day waking up to a checklist of things you got to do. Okay? When you're becoming your Dragon Knight character, it's the best. First swordsman, get a better job as a knight, get a better social circle. Oh, now you're like a white knight. Now you're like fucking jacked as fuck and famous and rich. Now you're a Dragon Knight and you're like, oh, I'm doing it. It's crazy. Yes, exactly. I was obsessed with and he was the most masculine guy in high school. So yeah, was really into him. Really thought he was doing everything right. And then I did it years later. I was like, I should have started earlier though. Whatever is comforting you is damaging you. If you like video games, blink. You're 40 years old and you're still playing Valorant. Don't blink. Be careful. Okay, let's go to Maya. Who is Maya, chat? Also, I find it kind of funny how people don't write articles like that for XUC and stuff, but the guy is like, oh, there's this guy Zherka and a girl's never truly rejected him, and he's the only flat earther. Don't you find it kind of funny, the world we live in? It's kind of hilarious if you think about it. All right, let's start. All right. And last piece of advice, if you don't believe in God, you're a fucking pedophile. Period. All right? Get God, get right, and get a girl and a family and live it correct. I can't get my mind off that kid. I'm not going to lie, because when I skipped, I just posted it as a meme on Twitter, and then I got messages saying, are you going to go through it? And I'm like, no. And then I realized I'm being so fucking fake, because in high school I was literally asking people questions on an alt. And I know that guy's probably young. Okay, I gotta go soon, so let's do this. Maya twit longer, okay? Is Maya a snake? Chat. All right. I would like to respond to the recorded call from last week that was aired on stream 09/9/11. I was not offered the opportunity to represent myself on that call, and thus what I said and my intentions on that day in question. 9/11 were misrepresented. I have already spoke my truth on stream on 9/11, but in light of false allegations brought upon me, I feel the need to speak again. Thank you, Giga Datum. I do not want to engage in nuke wars. I do not want to play games. I will only speak to my own intentions and actions that day. Interesting. It all started when I threw a bird out the window and told that son of a bitch to fly. But little did I know his broken wing was fucking useless and it was not healed after I nurtured it with Kraft dinner. Oh, this is the wrong one. I did not go to the house that day with the intention of manipulating Adriana's story. I did not cover up sexual assault. This would not be possible as even Adriana did not consider the incident to be sexual assault until this past Monday on 9/11. As she said on her stream, Adriana's feelings regarding the situation have rightfully changed since that day, and I support her. Does she support her, chat? On that day on 9/11, I was only able to operate off of the information Mohammed Atta gave me, that was given to me by Adriana and the eyewitnesses at the time. That information was that there was no rape or sexual assault, but that Crazy Slick made Adriana uncomfortable. Excuse me, was she not asleep? How do you make someone uncomfortable? Wait. Like, Crazy Slick astral planed into her brain as she's sleeping and said, ooh. How do you make someone uncomfortable if they're asleep? I don't get this part. I said, thank you, Datum. Datum, you are so funny, bro. Like, making out. He's making out with a girl at a party or something. And I open the window to make fun of him. Like, what are you doing here on the balcony? Dan Dangler and me are uncomfortable watching this in the middle of the night. And he just picks his head up as he's making out with her like this. And goes, don't worry, Jon Zherka. I'm not going to eat the box. The girl probably doesn't know my podcast. So, like, I don't think the girls knew what that code was. I mean, it wasn't code, but it was the funny. You know, I have a lot of moments where I go, I wish chat was here for this. We can't replicate that moment. But when I say that guy's funny, I mean, like, do you know how hard it is to make me laugh? Like, he's so funny, bro. Datum on stream is a different person, but Datum in person is so funny. If you get in a car with him and start going red pill talk, he's so funny, bro. He sounds so, I mean, what he's saying is correct, but and yeah, I just never thought that would happen, where it's like a dude is like, he's like trying to befriend me by not eating her box because I don't support that behavior, right? I supported Adriana in sharing this. I did ask about her experience. I did go there with the intention of understanding the truth of the incident that occurred at the party in January 2020. Oh, interesting. Where were you on January 6th? At the time, I thought this was the right thing to do. I fully understand that it was wrong, given my position, to insert myself into the situation. I apologize for the power dynamic and the harm it might have caused. It was irresponsible for me to not remove myself. I hate double negatives. That drives me nuts from this situation, and I take full accountability for making this mistake. I am deeply disappointed in my judgment and choices, and I am deeply sorry to Adriana for my involvement. I don't know. I never intended for my status to influence Adriana H. I would never knowingly protect a predator, except I did for the next year. And I would never threaten or discourage a victim from speaking out about their experiences. I absolutely condemn the actions of Crazy Slick, although I still lived with him and partied with him for a year after and lulled. I have privately apologized to Adriana H. and will publicly apologize again. I am truly sorry for Adriana H.'s experience with Crazy Slick and for the experiences of the other women who have shared their stories. I think the other stories women shared were the bro chill. They bro chilled him. Like, what are you doing? Right? Why? Crazy Slick, Jake, I got a question for you. When in history has a good looking guy, let's say he was the best looking guy in the world, when in history have you messaged a stranger, hey, I'm jacking off right now, and have her say, yeah, Danny, yeah, come fuck me, yeah, finish, here's some fucking pics so you just shoot nut all over your phone. Yes, I need you to finish right now. That's never in thousands of years ever happened. Not even with ancient iPhones, dude. That's never happened. If I text my girlfriend, hey, I'm jacking off right now, she'd be like, ew, what the fuck? Because you gotta warm them up. And that's a girlfriend. So imagine if it's a stranger. I can message any stranger, I'm jacking off right now. And she'd be like, John, I didn't think you're like this. Like, you were the cool guy. Like, right? But if I talk to her for 8 minutes and I say, I'm jacking off right now, she'd be like, anything, daddy. Because they all want to suck my cock. And why do they want to suck my cock? Because my libido is low and I don't want to fuck women. Okay? Women love a guy who's just like, Jon Zherka is a princess. Yeah, I am. Don't touch me. I'm a princess. Women love men who are princesses. They love them. Could you get me some water? Is that tap? Oh, sorry, John. Women love a princess. I'm the greatest princess that's ever existed. Don't be fooled by my beard. Women love a princess. Right? I don't want to fuck unless you have like lingerie on. Like I just have weird rules. And then if she says, okay, fine, we're not fucking, I go, no, please, we have to fuck. Kidding. I am sorry and I feel horrible for being part of the reason Adriana H. has experienced everything that she has in the past year. I am sorry that this has become a nauseating he said, she said battle. I have remained in this industry because I have always seen streaming as a means to an end. What a fucking... The end being a powerful platform for conversation education. It's like, this means nothing, by the way. What the fuck does that even mean? You and QT talking about fucking butt plugs? Like, what the fuck is your podcast about? Fucking, oh, well, we're actually talking about... You guys are talking about weird shit. It's not really educational. It's weird. It's a weird dynamic. You're not empowering anyone. Like, nobody gives a fuck. For those of you who are still willing to support my platform, thank you. For those of you unwilling, I understand. I am stepping away from my online platforms indefinitely. I am sorry. Thank you all for reading. And this is how Maya became a taxidermist. She is now working with dead animals, making them stuffed. They're filling them up like that fucking the fucked up Tails Fox. Tails, you know Tails from Sonic the Hedgehog? She's fucking working as a taxidermist, filling up animals now, because now she is Dark Maya. You are not Maya anymore. You are Dark Maya. And that's what everyone needs to know. She's working with dead animals now. Right? And we bullied another one off the internet, boys. Rez! This is my friend Maya, dude. How can you say that? Rez, every time I don't want to laugh, like I feel sad for my friend, I go, if it were me, if there was a story that Jon Zherka touched a woman as she was asleep, dude, first of all, QT would throw out another award show about who could cancel me the hardest. These people would come out like wolves. They would try and destroy. They would get away with doxing me and they wouldn't even get banned. They would destroy me. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to be charitable with you. No, I think I'm going to be fair. Maya, my question to you is, why are you apologizing for the power dynamic between you and Adriana? Should you not be apologizing for the fact that you're trying to tell us you feel bad because Crazy Slick made an unconscious woman feel uncomfortable? How? How do you make someone who's unconscious feel uncomfortable? I want to know. Did you not think this twit longer through? How do you make someone who's asleep uncomfortable? Is she not understanding the severity of the situation? She thinks she actually answered the question. Someone said turn off the AC for the sleeping person. Bro, you're missing the point. Focus, man. Come on. What the fuck? Is Maya not playing dumb here that she's apologizing to a second-degree murder and not a first-degree? Isn't that what's happening here? Am I being too critical? Has anyone else called her out on this? Oh, of course it's obfuscation. Are you kidding me? I kind of love that she's still sticking up for Miz, though. That's cute. This is a lawyer's statement. Well, I would fire that lawyer. This is the worst lawyer ever. All she had to do is take off the uncomfortable part sentence and she would have done better. But geez, this is horrible. She could just say, I'm sorry for taking a SA lightly. She has an army of LSF simps behind her? Really? Usually if that's true, they come in here and attack me. Why I don't find Maya to be a clout chaser is she said to me, she once said something like she was mad that I wasn't going to chill with her. And I said, Maya, are you serious? You don't care that I have like no views? And she was like mad that we weren't all going to party together, them and her and me. And that's why I obsessed over protecting her. I was like, that is the only large streamer to do that to me. I really want to defend her, but this is not thought. This is not thought through. No, that was a long time ago. That was like a year ago almost. This statement is not thought through. I think that streamers are going to chew this statement apart. Yeah, the weird thing is, if these people just trusted Destiny and asked him for help, he would help them. Destiny's heartless until you ask him offline for advice, and then he's not heartless. You understand? Like, she would have done better if she did reach out, but everyone thinks they're gonna leak. It's like, dude, if you go join a call with 100% honesty, no one's leaking you. People, relax. And if they do leak you, you're being honest. Who cares? You should invite her on stream. Yeah, but she knows I'll try and milk the situation. She'd be like, oh, you don't care. You're just trying to milk it. And I'll be like, yeah, this feels weird. And she wouldn't do a private call with me because she thinks I'm recording, probably. So it's one of those things. But this is not a good statement. In my opinion, this is kind of dumb. When did he battle train? Would you not stick up for your homie if you're in their position? I was in this position where a guy I knew touched a girl who was drunk, not unconscious, drunk. And we beat the shit out of him and kicked him out of our club. He never worked there again. And we didn't actually beat him up, but we fucked him up, dude. We fucked him up. Like, not in a like fist closed way. It was slapping, but he was definitely beat up. And I'm not saying we beat him up. I'm just saying that he could have been beat up. But, dude, I've never stuck up for a desperate friend. If you're desperate, you were never my friend. How's your call with Slicker? Did you record it? Of course not, dude. There's no one who can cancel me, dude. Except probably Jill. Because since we do a lot of like our play, she could just say, oh, it's real one day if she hates me, if she gets jealous. And then people would just believe it. You know what I mean? But she's like, I would never do that. And I was like, what if you're like super mad? And she's like, yeah, maybe if I'm super mad. I was like, ooh, relax, bro. Maybe we should stop the rough play. Like, we need to chill out. God armor, true. Something is, look, if she took a break from streaming, that makes her look okay. But when people quit streaming after something like this, doesn't it make them look guilty? Or am I just being like content skull? Claw, bro, I could, the stuff I know now about that dude, I could put that guy behind bars right now. Like, 2 leaks and I could, man, there's so many people I got dirt on. Like, I know this guy is obsessed with trying to make me look bad. Like, my dude, you don't want me to, should I be like Train and just go full? I always said if I go full, I'm taking down 4 streamers at the same time. Just 4. Bang, 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 bang. Should I just expose 4 people tomorrow? I could really go to 5K views tomorrow if I want to. Yeah, Heel Mike and I gave each other secrets so we could cancel each other. It was like a ritual we did. And Dan Dangler did it with us. And yeah. But I don't want to give these people clout right now, dude. Like, these people are fucking struggling. Like, just let them struggle. Matter of fact, I'm timing out anyone who talks about these people, bro. Like, why am I even doing this right now? Like, dude, when I started this 5 minutes in the stream, we made $600. Like, my life is a little too good to be dealing with fucking bottom of the barrel. Isn't Slicker over, though? He can't do anything. Appreciate you, Bluebeard. I appreciate you, man. Heel Mike is a noticeable scumbag. Really? I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, I know he's not a good friend like I am. I don't know about scumbag. What is this? I mostly have dirt on male streamers. Yeah, for the girls, I could not cancel them permanently. I could do damage, but for men, I could end careers. Like, dude, when guys fuck up, it's not like girls fucking up. Like, these guys are dumb. But I have a rule: I have to be attacked first. Like, they gotta not just attack; they gotta do damage to my integrity, my channel, and then I can unleash the just everything. Yeah, Train is clean. I've dug. I used to, when I didn't know Train well, I used to dig a lot of dirt on him, but it's not real dirt. It's like shit that's already been talked about. So he seems squeaky clean. That's why they've been trying to cancel him for years and they can't do it. It's very easy to cancel someone. If they can't do it, there's a reason. You know? It's not like he walks with God. Like, he's just clean. Is there dirt on Destiny? He's not clean, but I don't think Destiny's as bad as some of the top Twitch streamers. In my opinion, no way. And Destiny has this thing of leaking his own self before it leaks. It's very smart. Destiny was the first person who taught me to get into the habit of leaking my DMs. Like, everyone I talked to, I said, hey, if you talk to me, I'm going to leak DMs. They're like, okay, John. And I would keep leaking my Twitter and Discord DMs until it became second nature. And now anytime I'm talking to someone, I feel like, oh, it's already been leaked. So I don't say anything too crazy. Because, yeah. That's why people can grab my phone and I don't really care. But Destiny actually said that on stream and I copied it. I was like, oh, that's smart. But it is high anxiety to leak yourself the first time you do it. Like, it's hard. Now, real dirt is not out there yet. Maya still did not address. She removed Adriana from the Discord after the situation was settled. Whoa. Bad move, eh? Banned her. Do you have snitches working for you like Train? I have a lot of snitches, a lot of double agents, and I'm not saying it to look scary. You know how people do that? Oh my god. When I talk about, like, you cannot ask Zherka for a favor without giving me dirt on someone. I have a whole list of dirt on people, all from e-girls. And men tell e-girls everything. And e-girls fall in love with me. And you might get a date with me if you tell me everything. And they tell me everything. And I'm evil. Lol. I never had dirt on Maya, though. Or QT Cinderella. Like, I want QT to be dirty, but I think she's clean. But I really want QT to be canceled sometimes. But I think she's a good person. I just don't like her. Let's check the rest of the shit. Yeah, I actually do think Mitch Jones is walking a thin line. I really do. I feel bad for him right now. This is not the way to live, John. Yeah, but again, it's the only way to live. It's not a fun way to live, but it's the only way to live. Having dirt on people is the only way to survive in influencer game. That's why people don't fuck with me, because they've already fucked my e-girlfriends. And my e-girlfriends have told me everything. Matter of fact, I even know your cock size, bro. All right.
She said on her stream, correct? Adriana's feelings regarding the situation has rightfully changed since that day, and I support her. On that day,
Oh, God. It's like my dad trying to read English, bro.
Operate of the information that was given to me by Adriana and the eyewitnesses at that time. That information...
I know her name's Adriana, but I know he's saying it wrong. I can't explain that, dude.
Eyewitnesses at that time. That information that was there was no rape or sex.
Look at this.
She said on her... Adriana's feelings regarding the situation has rightfully changed since that day, and I support her.
How the fuck you get a Mountain Dew sponsorship? Holy shit. Ludwig, perfect timing. Oh, God, this is those Redditor clips, those loser clips.
By the way, if you're just tuning in from Hassan's stream, I did flood his bathroom. He doesn't even really know how bad it was. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad. It's really bad. There was a lot of water. There was a lot of, for like a while. For a while. I used like a lot of paper cleaning that up because I didn't want him to know. I even distracted him so we could walk out the door with all the trash. He didn't even know.
Bro, Trump died for this. This is fucking weak, man.
That himbo dumb as hell, not even gonna lie. We walked right by him. Like,
you know, when they totally assassinated Trump's character, I was expecting someone to fill the void of comedy, and then this is what we're left with.
Mountain of papers like this. And I went up next to him and I was like, we should start an org in front of LSF. I was just trying to hide it. I didn't even give a shit about starting an org. That was a lie. I made that up. I thought of it on the way downstairs. And that's why I think...
Look at that. It's insecurity incarnated into one man. All of the world's insecurity turned into a communist.
Hassan's like one of the people really pushing politics. And we need more people like that in the live stream space specifically. I'm fucking tired of like a bunch of children.
Look how Hassan takes it serious. Like, he just can never sense anything.
In the live stream space specifically.
Like, if I say, Hassan, I loved your last debate, he goes, really, John? But he forgets that he's never been in a debate. Like, he can't sense anything. Oh, God, here we go.
Puts in effort and hours to basically have that be shared half. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. Like, thank you, Twitch, for giving me a platform. And thank you so much for giving me the visibility that I needed. But the work that I'm putting is 50-50, you know? 70-30 seems more fair. So, I know that YouTube has 70-30, so I'm probably going to slowly migrate over to YouTube as well. I'm going to be trying to focus more on YouTube videos because I personally think that the way YouTube has allows monetization on their VODs.
I love you again. I love you for this. But don't say slowly.
On their clips is like ethically correct.
Thank
the fact
God.
that Twitch puts ads on our VODs and our clips, well, not clips, sorry, but the fact that Twitch puts ads on our VODs but do not let us monetize our VODs is fucking weird. Okay, it's so weird.
Thank God someone said it. Maya's final statement. This guy will not hold Maya's feet to the fire.
If she handled this appropriately, she would not have gone over there at all.
Oh, really?
Or even if she did, she would not have said, oh, well, you're saying it's not like sexual assault, so I guess it's not sexual assault. Even in that situation, when a victim herself is saying it's not sexual assault, okay, you can't be motivated in any meaningful capacity to make it seem like that. Because a lot...
What do you mean? She was unconscious. If some unconscious girl said to me, hey, John, Crazy Slick, after touching me, I felt uncomfortable, but it's not sexual assault, I'd say, bitch, you're smoking crack and you're retarded. You were unconscious. How were you uncomfortable? We're talking about this because you got touched in your sleep. And if we don't bring this to light, he's going to do it to everyone else when they're asleep. Just because Adriana says it's not sexual assault doesn't mean you guys didn't all witness sexual assault. Are you fucking joking? Matter of fact, why didn't no one think Adriana got brainwashed into saying it's not? How did that not cross no one's mind? Jeez.
A lot of people in situations like this, a lot of victims in situations like this are looking for any out, okay? Because they are already well aware of the social pressures that are going to be compounding, that are going to be fucking coming down on top of them when they come out with a traumatic event.
Honestly, who gives a fuck what Adriana thinks? Other people watched a man assault her. Why would you turn to Adriana and say, hey, when you were asleep, were you uncomfortable? Who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, if you want that assault thing to stop, you wouldn't even believe anything anyone says besides the people who watched with their eyeballs. They watched it, right? Poor Adriana just wanted this to end. Why would you believe her? Why did anyone believe Adriana if she said, hey, it's not sexual assault? Then why did everyone say it was? Why did everyone say it was sexual assault? You're only defending her. I'm attacking her, you fucking retard. How am I defending her? Oh my God. I'm over villainizing the guy who it was like pulling teeth to get him to say Maya fucked up. Get the fuck out. My dude, this guy takes 5 hours to admit Maya did something wrong. He will not hammer her. He's hammered everyone for this topic except her. My dude, you're so permanently banned for life, okay? You're so done right now. It's over.
Okay, when they come out with their own personal experience in the aftermath of a traumatic event. So for that reason, okay, anyone who especially has their own personal experience with this sort of thing is completely aware of this, or should have been completely aware of this. If she handled this appropriately, she would not have gone over there at all. Or even if she did, she would not have said, oh, well, you're saying it's not like sexual assault, so I guess it's not sexual assault. Even in that situation, when a victim herself is saying it's not sexual assault, okay, you can't be motivated in any meaningful capacity to make it seem like that.
What? Did you hear what he just said?
It's not sexual assault, okay? You can't be.
This is mind-boggling. Oh my God. Let's pull out MS Paint. He's not understanding it. He's not agreeing with me, you fucking idiot. I would never agree with this disgusting animal. Look at this. Here are the witnesses. Okay. Here's Adriana. And here's Crazy Slick. Let me get a picture of him. Hold on. Okay. All right, let's say she's asleep here. And Z, Z, Z. Okay. Okay. Now here's the people at the party. This. All right. Now, everyone at this party is saying the same thing. Okay. All right. Fuck. Sorry. Sorry. Dang it. That's sexual assault. Oh, shit. He's a murderer? No. Okay. That's sexual assault. This is Crazy Slick, and his hand is, let's say he's caught red-handed, right? So, fuck, I have to draw a hand. This is too hard. Decrepit ass hand. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, did my best. Okay. Sorry. Boom. Boom. Sorry. Okay. Fucking hell. Is it driving me nuts? Sorry. Almost done. Adriana. Sorry. Okay. Crazy Slick could easily say no because Adriana and Hassan Piker said it's not SA. No use in investigating. Sorry. He could easily make the same claim Hassan Piker just made. Listen to this guy, Piker.
If she had handled this with the delicacy of the situation, the delicate nature of the situation, if she handled this appropriately, she would not have gone over there at all. Or even if she did, she would not have said, oh, well, you're saying it's not like sexual assault, so I guess it's not sexual assault. Even in that situation, when a victim herself is saying it's not sexual assault, okay, you can't be motivated in any meaningful capacity to make it seem like that.
What? What about the other 5 people in the room? That's insane.
Or even if she did, she would not have said, oh, well, you're saying it's not like sexual assault, so I guess it's not sexual assault. Even in that situation, when a victim herself is saying it's not sexual assault, okay, you can't be motivated in any meaningful capacity to make it seem like that. Because a lot of people in situations like this, a lot of victims in situations like this are looking for any out, okay? Because they are already well aware of the social pressures that are going to be compounding, that are going to be fucking coming down on top of them when they come out with a traumatic event, okay? When they come out with their own personal experience in the aftermath of a traumatic event. So for that reason, okay, anyone who especially has their own personal experience with this sort of thing is completely aware of this, or should have been completely aware of this, okay? Even if they were personally misguided, okay?
How is he agreeing? You fucking idiot.
That's it. That's the main fuck up on Maya's behalf here. Whether she was oblivious to
Oh, there it is. There it is.
It being sexual assault or not, she should have handled it with more care.
No, she was not supposed to handle it at all. That's the point. She should not be there. Fucking idiot.
And a lot of people who are obviously like shitting on her on the internet, like they don't give a fuck. Like they themselves would not have been doing the right thing, but it doesn't matter. This is a good opportunity for everyone to understand how to deal with situations like this. Okay? You are still milking this content, Lamau. Yes, teaching 40,000 fucking kids, a lot of kids, as a matter of fact, about how to deal with victims in a sexual assault allegation is definitely milking. Okay? Yeah, that's what this is.
How do you cope with Twitch's 50-50? Dude, I'm not like these streamers who stream for a job. I'll be streaming if they give me 5% of the fucking revenue, bro. So I don't talk about it. I don't give a fuck. I mean, it sucks, but yeah.
I think the same thing that is true of Miz is also partially true of Maya. That's the personal bias of knowing Slick shifted the gears towards Maya, believing that the seriousness of the situation was not that of a sexual assault. The power dynamic and the factor also plays a huge part. Bro here still supporting someone who covered sexual assault? Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Okay. I'm a newsboy and I'm doing my news job. Okay? How you don't lose your mind when people twist anything against you is amazing to me. Yeah. People that are desperately in here.
What is your point of view on the whole thing? It's pretty simple. If you tell someone, hey, you're Maya, you need to talk to that 100 viewer e-girl and make it correct so Slick doesn't get in trouble, that's enabling evil. Am I wrong? Have I ever been wrong? That's a real question. If Maya does 99% of the job and manipulates, Maya is 99% evil. If Hassan doesn't hammer Maya, not in the way he wants to, but if Hassan doesn't go try and cancel her, then it's clear Hassan doesn't give a fuck, because that's his platform, is to bring light to this kind of darkness. But because they are friends and all that, can we trust what Mitch says? He's kind of dumb, kind of. Yeah, because Mitch has a tone of voice of when he's honest. It's very obvious. He's not a good liar. So it's really easy to get the truth from Mitch. Others are not so hard. Not, like, some of them are very hard to read. Right?
Trying to misrepresent what I am saying here. Once again, showcase that they do not give a fuck about the actions that took place. They do not give a fuck about victims. They do not give a fuck about anything. They're just in it for the fun.
Do most girls not care that you smoke? I mean, every girl hates the smoke thing, but like deep down, I think they think I'm a badass, like I'm Wolverine. But yeah, like I taste like metal. Like obviously kissing me is disgusting.
Fun. They're in it for the drama. Okay? Calm the fuck down.
I'd rather this cigarette kill me than kiss a woman. That's why I'm so cool. Oh God, he's gonna go through it in slow motion. Can't we just speed up Hassan?
The information was that there was no rape or sexual assault, but that Crazy Slick had made Adriana uncomfortable. I supported Adriana in sharing this. I did ask about her experience, and I did go there with the intention of understanding the truth of the incident that occurred at the party in January of 2020. At the time, I thought this was the right thing to do. I fully understand that it was wrong, given my position to insert myself into that situation. I apologize for the power dynamic and the harm I might have caused. It was irresponsible of me to not remove myself from the situation, and I take full accountability.
No, you're not supposed to apologize for the power dynamic that exists no matter what. You're supposed to apologize for discarding 5 people's sexual assault allegation just because the little streamer Adriana got gaslit into what? Saying it's not a say? Okay, even if you give it that way, wouldn't Slick just keep doing it to people? Like if Slick is the Sandman, the boogeyman, how do you stop him? There's only one way. I thought the worst thing Mizkif did in all this is saying, guys, we found Crazy Slick. He did not harm himself. Then he said he's at a girl's house, which is like, dude, turn your fucking brain on, Matthew. Why would you say that? And why did you say nobody cares? This will be gone by tomorrow. Chat, I'm going to turn it off if you got... Guys, like, turn your brain on and just... It's really easy to assess the situation. Read what everyone's outraged about and just turn your brain on. There's no way Miz made that many mistakes. Like, I actually don't think people canceled Miz. I think the way Miz handled this just made it 1,000 times worse. I think he hurt himself more than anything. Jon is the only streamer who acts rich when he's not, yet the rich streamers act poor. Yeah, because I never want my chat thinking I'm like needing their money. That's satanic. These people answer to God for that. You think it's comeback for him after this? Well, here's the thing. Miz could have had a comeback to the internet if he didn't handle it this bad. And now it's kind of like a long break that we're going to see from this guy. That's what I predict. Jon, when you joining OTK? Yeah, when my modafinil prescription maximizes so I can battle my sleep and never fall asleep in front of their moderator again. Like, Crazy Slick is literally Willie from the Simpsons episode where they're trying not to sleep. That's who he is. I don't want to live with that guy. The funniest thing was when this was all happening, Asmongold just randomly being like, because he saw it's all coming to light, he's like this, well, what the fuck, guys? Fucking Crazy Slick. I told you that guy's crazy. What the fuck is wrong with you, Crazy Slick? Why would you do this? And when he started doing that on stream, I was like, Asmon, stop. Dude, it's too late for that. That outrage was too much, bro.
For making this mistake. I am deeply disappointed in my judgment and choices, and I am deeply sorry to Adriana
Someone passed that clip.
for my involvement. I never intended for my status to influence Adriana. I would never knowingly protect the predator, and I would never threaten or discourage a victim from speaking out about their experiences. I absolutely condemn the actions of Crazy Slick. I have privately apologized to Adriana and will publicly apologize again. I'm truly sorry for Adriana's experience with Crazy Slick and for the experiences of other women who have shared their stories. I'm sorry, and I feel horrible for being part of the reason that Adriana has experienced everything that she has in the past year. I'm sorry that this has become a nauseating he said, she said battle. I've remained in this industry because I've always seen streaming as a means to an end, the end being a powerful platform for conservation education. For those of you who are still willing to support my platform, thank you. For those of you unwilling, I understand. I am stepping away from my online platforms indefinitely. I'm sorry. Thank you all for reading. People that don't know, two big deals. Maya has not spoken to the combo with Mitch and Miz. She's avoiding it for a reason. Also, Barry said this won't be good. She said this won't be good for your career. Why won't she address this? I wonder why she's avoiding those two contentious things. Because I'll tell you why. Okay, if that is true, which I have no reason to believe it's not, even though it's Barry saying it, but still. The reason why she's probably not addressing it is because she understands how it looks. Okay? Because in that circumstance, depending on whether it's sexual assault or not, okay, depending on whether the victim feels like it was sexual assault or not, changes the dynamic of what you are saying. Okay? It changes it entirely. It's like saying, oh, when you come out with this, it's going to be bad. That's a terrible statement. That's a threat. Depending on what the context and the nuance is in that situation, it's either a fucking vicious threat or something you should have never said in general, even if you were fucking being like, yeah, I mean, this is, people are going to fucking yell at you. Barry is straight up lying and you're still eating it up fucking gross. Maya takes the biggest L and Miz gets off scot-free. Damn, believing Barry over your friend? No.
You know why this is extra traumatizing to someone like Miskiff? Is Miskiff has never, ever been disliked by any part of the internet. So to go from, and that's what usually happens, is if you're liked by the whole internet, when they turn on you, no one guards you. But if the internet don't like you, but there's a community that likes you, then you get guarded. That's what's so weird, is like Miz has never dealt with being ratioed or any of that. So he must be dealing with this in like the most traumatic way.
Okay, listen. This corresponds to, and Adriana might change how she feels, or maybe I misunderstood, but this actually does make sense given the context of the situation and given what Kyla said.
Forsen boys don't like Miz. Bro, I don't know anything about Forsen. The only thing I know is he used to subject me to watching his streams with a million fucking icons and browsers on his messy desktop page, and he puts the camera angle like we're all sucking his cock, and he doesn't even enjoy it. Like, dude, I'll never watch Force In, bro. That camera angle is so fucking. Smile from that angle, at least, bro. Smile.
And given what Adriana has said. Okay? This makes sense. Now it's up to Adriana to accept it or not. Okay? You hitched your wagon on the wrong side. Barry and Kyle have been proven to be manipulative liars. I have hitched my wagon to no side. There is no sides in this story. The only fucking thing I care about is that Adriana came out with her story, and now a person who has creeped on a bunch of different people is at least removed from said community. Okay? That is a wild analysis to look at. Like, to look at this as though, like, oh, this side, that side, you're hitching your wagon to the wrong side. When I, as well as Maya herself, recognizes that whether intentionally or unintentionally, her actions there were completely inappropriate.
Say goodnight to
Don, I
Maggie.
really think chat thinks this is a normal combo when this is making us look
Good
bad.
night,
Jesus,
Max.
what? Making us look bad. Did Adria actually say she didn't think it was sexual assault until recently, not defending anyone, just pointing that out? Up until that moment, I don't know what the event, I don't know what Adriana had said leading up to that. What I do know is what she has said now. Okay? And that's what matters. You understand? What matters is what she said this past week. If we're looking at the events that took place back then, when Novaru came out with someone else's story, okay? That has a different set of standards when you're analyzing it. What matters is what she's saying now. Okay? If we're looking at like intent, action, reaction now, I think everyone agrees Slick has done fucked up things. Okay? Slick has done fucked up things. And he's gone. He should not have been defended. At the time when this event took place, the perfect circumstance would have been Maya not going there at all. Okay? And Adriana coming out in whichever way she wanted to. She could have still came out with the same statement, but probably not. Okay? But it would have been on her own volition. Do you understand that? If she had written this exact same twitlonger back then and then came out a year later and said, I was wrong on that twitlonger, this is actually what happened, people would not be yelling at fucking Maya. I don't even think they would be yelling at Miskiff, as a matter of fact. They probably still would be yelling at Miskiff because he still sheltered someone, and people would say, how long did you know? And that's an understandable question to pose, right? Do you get it? But the main problem here is that she was there. Whether it was because they wanted to figure out what Slick had done, and whether it was rape, sexual assault, or sexual harassment, or just like overall creepy behavior, just so they could figure out like if it's acceptable to fucking kick crazy Slick out or not. Okay? Whether it was for that reason or because they wanted to legitimately coerce the witness in this situation and the victim in this situation to like not coming out about sexual assault, it's still wrong. Even if you had the right intentions, the actions itself were still wrong. They should not have been in that room when the fucking Twitch longer was being written. Bro, you're gonna feel silly when you go down the LSF front page. So, this is something that no one has ever said. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like, no one has ever been like, man, you're gonna feel so silly. Even if they deleted hundreds of tweets the day of the call, even if Kyle and his girlfriend deleted hundreds of tweets the day of the call, and I do agree with like Mitch and Barry not being trustworthy, which I have also mentioned that. I think Mitch showed that. Like, think about it this way: Mitch Jones personally is supposed to be the hero in this story, right? He's friends with Adriana. He goes to Train. He tells Train like, I feel kind of fucked up about this situation that took place. And then, because of his inconsistent fucking testimony, he literally comes out looking like one of the worst people involved in it because he's just in it for himself. Like, that's what he comes across as, no matter what. So obviously, like, I understand that. But that doesn't change the dynamic. That doesn't change what ended up happening. My point is, from the most charitable to the least charitable interpretation of events that took place, looking at it from Maya's perspective, what she did was still wrong, and she recognizes that and is apologizing both to the victim personally and, just publicly as well. Okay? Kyle, that witnessed Adriana getting sexually assaulted, joking about it the day after and deleted tweets.
Jokes to her.
This stuff is, I don't agree with this either, by the way. Like, people like this comes across as like grasping at straws to me.
The day after the incident, okay?
Like, this does seem grasping at straws. It seems like you're doing the thing that, like, victims don't appreciate and makes it harder for other victims to come out. Like, this is right before the party, right? If I kissed you last night, please let me know. Thanks. I was literally assaulted. You'll be hearing from my lawyers Tuesday. Do you know who my dad is? I'm not too sure because you were calling everyone daddy last night. Seems like the opposite and grasping at straws to not change your opinion. No, this is after the party, right? This is after the party. I don't think you guys understand what you're doing. Someone posted in a comment there. Is this all the evidence or whatever? On January 19, 2020, I went to Nova's 21st birthday party, and I went because I went with some of my close friends. I believe it was safe for me to enjoy. I got very intoxicated, and I ended up blacked out. Like, this is just like straight up trying to find anything and everything you can on a person who came out in an actual fucking sexual assault scenario, and literally trying to turn it back on a victim. This is the original Twit Longer, and I'm using this as her context as to why she needs her friends Kyle and his girlfriend Anna to recall the events. I was told that I was kissing my best friend Anna and another one of my close friends at the time consensually. Crazy Slick was following us around, trying to kiss me, trying to kiss her, and at one point I was told that he and I ended up kissing. She reiterates in a statement that she does not remember. Of course she doesn't remember. She was fucking drunk. I don't know what this is supposed to imply here. She reiterates in a statement that she does not remember. She says, I was told that I was kissing my best friend Anna consensually. She then says, I was told that he and I ended up kissing. Now, she does not include consensually, implying that the kiss did not have her consent, even when she has no recollection of both kisses. Yes, because one is her friend. This is written by, like a freakazoid, dude. Yes, one person that she is kissing, even if she is, like, unable to give consent, is still a friend, okay? What the fuck? Guys, calm the fuck down. This is insane. There's a difference between, kissing your girlfriend on the cheek, okay, and then kissing a random woman on the street on the cheek, right? These two things are different, right? Before you say you can sexually assault your friends, you are correct. As a matter of fact, most times it is between friends, obviously, okay? But you also have to recognize that human beings and interpersonal relationships are fucking gray. Jesus Christ. Are you trying to say that, she had the same level of involvement with fucking Crazy Slick as she did with one of her best friends? There is a lot of gray area here. And the main component in the circumstance is always what the victim or the other person, the receiving party, whether she's receptive or not. It's not that complex.
Yeah,
Trying to explain this to little teenager's gonna kill you. I mean, I've done this so many fucking times. I've described it to people so many times, and it's still hard for people to comprehend. Okay? Adriana kissing her friend drunk and then saying she doesn't have a problem with that does not mean that she's opening up consent to fucking Crazy Slick. You understand? And it does not mean that what Crazy Slick did and what Adriana did, or what Anna and Adriana did together is on the same fucking level. Obviously, dude. What the fuck? One is a person that she doesn't know all that well, randomly fucking following them around, as she's also mentioned in her fucking Twit Longer. Consent cannot be given to individuals who are underage, intoxicated, or incapacitated by drugs or alcohol asleep. This applies to Anna as well. Jesus Christ. You're literally fucking saying whoa, why didn't she get mad at Anna? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's her fucking friend. You have to be completely obtuse. You have to be deliberately trying to act like you don't understand how human beings operate if you write something like this, okay? Stop. This is complete ridiculousness, okay? Complete ridiculousness, and it's broaching on dangerous fucking territory. I mean, we're already way inside of dangerous fucking territory. This is wild. This is important because when given an unbiased recallment of the story, you should not be defending consensual kisses in an instance where the underage drinker is not able to give consent for actions. No, this is crazy. This is absolutely insane, dude. This is a ridiculous fucking take. Rare Hassan L? No, this is a ridiculous take. I'm sorry. This goes against everything I fucking believe in, okay? This is bananas. It's like akin to saying, oh, well, my mommy kissed me when she tucked me into bed, so why can't I kiss random women on the street? It's like that. It's ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Oh, well, she didn't give consent. You can, in that circumstance, it's up to the victim. If she does not feel victimized, and this is a consistent take that I've had.
So he's just going to put random chatters on trial, but not Maya? Are we ever going to see what I'm hoping to click on every day?
If she doesn't fucking feel victimized by Anna, but feels victimized by Slick, then that's that. And you don't really need additional evidence for that, but there's plenty of additional evidence as to why it would be fucking weird.
My headphones off.
Yes, someone who's blackout drunk and kissing her friend is not going to feel the same level as fucked up by kissing a random person. That's crazy. Consent. That's the key factor here. Whoever wrote this forgot to include the part where you can't consent when you were asleep. Exactly. I mean, they're trying to say that you were so black drunk that you don't remember who you were kissing, which means you couldn't give consent to the other person either. That's what they're trying to say.
Okay, I can hear him. Don't worry.
Where the underage drinker is not able to give consent for actions, this means cause recallment of events cannot be trusted as a description of what Slick did that night because he himself was stated that he was mad that he/Slick tried to kiss his girlfriend and he would definitely not give Slick the benefit of the doubt. What? Is this defending, this almost reads like it's fucking defending Slick, dude. I'm losing my mind. Yo, what happened last night? If I kissed you last night, please let me know. Thanks. This is the day after. This week confirmed she does not remember but mentions kissing someone, which is weird. No, it's not. That's not weird. This means she does not remember kissing Slick or Anna and has not been told at this time what had happened when she was unconscious. Okay, that makes sense. I was literally assaulted. You'll be hearing this is two friends who are just joking around with one another. I'm not too sure you were calling everyone daddy last night. This is Kyle's reply is, if I kiss you last night, please let me know. Thanks. With the sexual assault joke instead. Now listen, if you knew a case of sexual assault harassment happened, you would not be making this joke, especially to the victim. This assault joke he made was liked by Anna, his girlfriend, who was present in the room as the two of the witnesses. Okay, guys. I don't even understand what this is trying to, what you are trying to fucking say here. That like, I mean, I do understand it. It's pretty gross. I think what they're trying to say is that like, well, they made jokes about the events that unfolded last night. If it was like as serious as a fucking situation as they claim, in the moment, they would not be making jokes about it. And therefore, they changed their story to lie, is what they're saying, which is textbook fucking victim blaming. It's textbook fucking trying to stop and silence and suppress victims from coming forward. This is exactly what is wrong with having this sort of conversation. This is exactly why I always fucking say you have to deal with these matters in an incredibly delicate capacity. Ultimately, if someone, as I literally said back in fucking January, even in her tweet longer, where she wrote that it was not sexual assault, I said in 2021, when the tweet longer first came out, this could have gone down a very different way, given that the action and the fucking reaction was right there for it to be textbook sexual assault. It doesn't matter. There is no like, well, it's an afterthought and you can't change it. No takebacks. Like it doesn't work that way. I literally said it even then. And I didn't have any of this information that I do now. The only thing I was working off of was Adriana's own statement from her twit longer, even back then. Why did I give you the example of the drunk driving analogy? Because sometimes you do fucked up shit, okay? And it's a lighter version of it. Or it's only lightened by the fact that the victim herself didn't come out and say it was sexual assault.
Yeah, I want to know if Maya ever gets called out by this man.
And you basically should use that as an educational opportunity for you to fucking, get better for yourself. That is what I talked about even back then, because his actions were still clear-cut textbook sexual assault. Okay? That's it. Yikes, dude. Everyone involved in this, like all the fucking communities that have been involved in this have behaved in the most insane way possible. Slick in the amount, or joking about sexual assault, what most likely happened is they found out some stuff about Slick later, and then now their opinion changed because there was more to the witness, more to his weirdness in their eyes. This still does not give the excuse to change the story to him assaulting her, since now who knows what would have happened had they not been there. Should not be used as absolutes. Wait, what? No, that absolutely, what? Even when there was no additional evidence that Slick was being weird, I literally said, if they weren't there, who knows what could have fucking happened, as one of the reasons. And this was way back in fucking, again, when I first read the twit longer, because you don't just fucking go into a room where someone is passed the fuck out and touch them. This is literally like defending Slick. This is an insane, I don't even know what to call this. Well, this is an insane Imgur gallery here.
Miska's like, guys, don't worry, we found Crazy Slick. He didn't harm himself. Who are you talking to, bro? Why did Matthew add that? That's okay. There's like fucking thousands of chatters and nobody asked that question.
Assumptions are being used freely in this scenario and are being used to amplify the encounter of a sexual assault. They saw it as what it was at the time. He was being a weird drunk idiot. No, he was being a weird drunk idiot who sexually assaulted someone, and the witness herself did not consider it at the time to be sexual assault, even though it was clear-cut sexual assault, textbook sexual assault. That's it. And by the way, Slick, instead of fucking turning around and like,
remember when Hassan told Adriana he had no idea what happened, but somehow he read the tweet longer 2 years ago? Did that happen? I haven't followed. I don't know if that's true, bro. I think you're just a hater. That would be funny, though.
changing his ways, okay? Instead of Slick turning around and changing his ways, apologizing to Adriana, making sure that Adriana felt welcome in this circle, and like literally never doing anything again, going to therapy, he was still creeping on fucking girls on the internet nonstop, being like, yo, check out my dick. So like, what are you talking about? This is not written in like July 2021. This is written now. This is an insane fucking thing to put together when you have the benefit of fucking hindsight. This isn't even like defending Misgift by saying like, well, he didn't know what the extent was. He didn't know the extent of what Crazy Slick had done. So he was just like looking out for his friend who he didn't think was like super, super creepy, just like a little creepy or whatever, okay? That's not even what this is. This is just straight up trying to defend Slick, which is insane to me. If he had done anything inappropriate, I'm sure Kyle would have stopped them, and this would have been the headline. Kyle has not stated to not like Slick in that moment. Wait, they did, though. He did. He was like, get away. They literally got him away. They got Slick away from Adriana, who was passed the fuck out. That's crazy. Feeling so alone, like I'm so fucked up, I can't connect with shit. Music helps, but sometimes I need help. This Mitch tweet seems like he's depressed for some reason, and now we know he has been told by Train about the house visit and how he feels bad about that day. I don't give a fuck who comes after me, who puts me in their sights. If you win every day, you're a fake and a fraud. I don't give a fuck if when I call you out, you suddenly lose on that day. Fuck off. You're all scammers. You're all fucking trash. Fuck the gambling section. What? This is a deleted post from Train in the morning of the Mitch post. He seems unhinged about something. What the fuck? Okay, this stuff is so unrelated. Fuck affiliate codes, fuck fake money deals. How can streamers get viewers hooked when they themselves aren't taking the same shit risk they want to expose others to? Fucking dog shit section. This is a deleted post from Train in the morning in the Mitch post. He seems unhinged about something that I tried to find, something that would trigger him so much, but there was a clue in the Hasanabi stream that included Train. Oh, what the fuck?
What the hell? Is he ever gonna talk about Maya? I want to know.
It's sexual assault. Because
Yeah, she's talking about like the definition, I think. I don't think chatter. Half the chatters in here don't understand what sexual assault and sexual harassment is. Why the fuck do you expect someone who's a victim to know? What do you think, like, the moment that you get sexually assaulted, you're like, okay, all of a sudden you're like, I have this information downloaded into the fucking mainframe?
Yesterday we looked up the definition on stream, and that's what it was.
Well, it's like, even, when that stuff happens to you, you don't immediately, your first reaction is like, that didn't actually happen. Like, it's not as bad it's not that bad. You know what I mean? Because, like, you try to gaslight yourself. So, of course, you're going to say that.
Yeah.
And only hearing word of mouth, like, I've only heard that screenshot for so long. And for up until we talked about it, because it's not something I brought up to my friends. Oh, by the way, like, yeah, that thing that you texted me, that screenshot that everyone has seen where it's like, oh, just guy with the black just paper hair. And that whole time,
Wait, what?
I was just, oh, by the way, because it's not something I brought up to my friends.
Who are you?
What was the tweet long as that?
I was just like, I'm making a decision.
Took out an additional life insurance policy on her husband.
I miss doing streams like this. What is this? This is who's a chess master? How big his head is.
Okay, and well, regarding the Niemann story, can we expect a statement from you coming out tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll say a little bit more whether it'll be.
What is Charlie
tomorrow
Kirk saying,
or
bro?
The days after is not completely.
Yeah, is it something you look forward to get off your chest, maybe?
I mean, to some extent, I generally want there to be.
Bro, being good at chess is like being distracted till your wife gets smashed by another dude.
10 gifted. Appreciate it.
I already saw this. I love him.
The main subject at hand, other than like, I guess if your interest is to like cast doubt on the statement, what Adriana said, because like even if your goal was to absolve Misgift of any sort of knowledge whatsoever, this is not the way to go about it. The only person who can absolve his level of knowledge over this is Misgift himself, and even then, regardless of his intent, his actions in that circumstance, even without recognizing what was going on, which, by the way, of course, Misgift didn't know how to fucking handle sexual assault, obviously, or any sort of harassment. He's the type of fucking dumbass who goes on his fucking alt stream and is like, oh, well, it's like minor sexual assault anyway. You know what I mean? Like, that's the least surprising thing on the planet. in this entire fucking story. Like, he's like, he even if he was trying to say, like, oh, it's not rape.
Jeez. It's so sad every time I'm on this website. I hate this website.
The thing is, the reason why everyone hates Pokimane is because she doesn't have her own opinion. She always has the politically correct one. That's why everyone hates Pokey. It's not about voice, it's not about anything. And as far as I know, she's an N-word user as well, aren't she? I thought she was. Or maybe no, maybe that's fake news. It was someone that said.
Wait, why is he a dumb fuck? Isn't he correct? Isn't she always PC? This guy's a monopoly on this fucking stupid website. God, I miss Mitch Jones.
Jones, personally.
By the way, who the hell titled this? Mitch Jones, the hero that never was. This guy's like a poet at insulting Mitch Jones. This guy's doing better than me. Like, good on you, whoever clipped this. This is tricky goon. You're funny as hell. It's such a fucking perfect way to insult Mitch.
Is supposed to be the hero in this story, right? He's friends with Adriana. He goes to Train. He tells Train, like, I feel kind of fucked up about this situation that took place. And then because of his inconsistent fucking testimony, he literally comes out looking like one of the worst people involved in it because he's just in it for himself. Like, that's what he comes across as, no matter what. So obviously, like, I understand that.
All this because Mitch shit talked him behind his back.
But that doesn't change the dynamic. Jones.
No, you can only say that if you're me, bro. Your opinion changed after you heard what he said about you. Like, stop the cope.
And not only that, the question is, why are you milking it still? I milked your mother's titties last night, dude.
Nice.
I am so full of the delicious milk jugs from your mommy, okay? Your mommy milkers, I've been milking all night, every fucking night, dude.
Beautiful.
I got enough milk in here in my milk tank to last me a fucking lifetime. You understand me? Oh, fuck out of here. Take a second off. Cool off, idiot.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم شيطان.
Love him. That's it. I'm going to bed. This is fucking depressing. Mm-hmm. Open. People still watch this person?
올려. 하얀 부분을 올려.
Oh my god, I'm shocked.
Zherka, the problem is there's nothing else to react to. I think Hassan is this whole website. Like, if I see one more clip of Hassan, I'm ending my stream. Give someone else has to have an opinion. Who are these people?
Mate here, Chance showing him a card. What's Speed going to do with this? I think he's going to book the ref here. Clattenburg's running away. It's an absolute pantomime of a game.
He whips his bum.
I'm telling you, it's just great to see. No way I'd get away with whipping a referee. No, mate here.
I think it's over, yeah. I think we can put this one behind us. What do you think? At least I didn't miss this one. Don't look at what I watch offline. I watched Yu-Gi-Oh card openings, bro. I made fun of so many of the Pokemon guys. I got that bored, eh? There's that Hassan Andrew, whatever, Scholes guy, but I don't want to watch it right now. Whatever happened to this lady?
What the media won't tell you about King Charles III.
Jimmy Savile. English TV
Oh, this lady's hella
included
based.
in the list
Look where
of
she goes
potential
to.
godfathers for his son Harry was none other than Jimmy Savile, English TV and radio personality, host of Jim'll Fix It. Charles was so close with Savile, in fact, that he asked him for advice over the appointment of a senior aide for him and Princess Diana. But did you know that it was actually Charles's Twitter account who marked the launch of the Great Reset? Hey internet friends, we've all heard the saying, birds of a feather flock together, meaning that people who are alike, sharing similar qualities, interests, goals, and extracurriculars, well, they tend to hang out together. Do you agree that a man can be judged by the company he keeps? Or is guilt by association just that? Baseless and misleading. Today we're going to be talking about King Charles III's inner circle and their scandals. The ones we didn't have a chance to cover in previous videos. These close connections are important, especially with King Charles III being crowned the woke king of the New World Order. His reign affects us all. So what does the character of the inner circle reflect upon our king?
How you make this about Miz and
First, we must discuss Lord Louis Mountbatten, a high-ranking British commander, the uncle to Prince Philip, and second cousin of Queen Elizabeth II because the royal family is historically super inbred. Sweet home Alabama style. And Mountbatten was the great uncle of King Charles III, and he was known to everybody in the royal family as Uncle Dickie. While born in England, Mountbatten came from a family called the Battenbergs, a family of German descent. Just like the current reigning royal house, House of Windsor, they technically have German ancestry but British identity. Prince Philip and his uncle had a close relationship, as Uncle Mountbatten took on a father figure role after Philip's family was exiled from Greece in the 1920s. And it was also his uncle who reportedly introduced Prince Philip to Elizabeth when she was 13 and not yet queen. Prince Charles described his uncle as the grandfather he never had, his mentor, and he was so influential in the royal family that Prince William and Kate Middleton named their youngest son Louis after Uncle Mountbatten. After Uncle Dickie died in an IRA assassination bombing in 1979, rumors about his extracurriculars swirled. And in 2019, an FBI dossier released through the Freedom of Information Act revealed that he and his wife were, quote, persons of extremely low morals, end quote. And Mountbatten had a perversion for young boys. American intelligence officers began piling this dossier back in 1944, and one of their reports detailed that, quote, Baroness Desies stated that Mountbatten was known to be a homosexual with a perversion for young boys, and was an unfit man to direct any sort of military operations because of this condition. She stated that, further, that his wife, Lady Mountbatten, was considered equally erratic. And E.E. Conroy, the head of the New York FBI field office, added in the file that the Baroness appears to have no special motive in making the above statements, end quote. Mountbatten's preference for young boys, not men or women, was confirmed by his driver in a 1987 interview, who said he used to transport young boys ages 8 to 12 to Lord Mountbatten, who subdued them with brandy spiked lemonade. Where'd they get the boys, and what happened to the boys after? Certainly they were old enough to report this type of abuse to the police, but apparently they didn't. So did they get killed after? Why does no one ask stuff like this? Do we not ask?
Imagine telling the police. The police would be like, what? You mean the royal family? Yeah, the crown is above the police. So, like, we can't really investigate.
Because we already know the answer. So it comes as no surprise that prolific pedo-sadist and TV host of Jim'll Fix It, Jimmy Savile, told reporters that he was introduced into the royal family in 1966 through Lord Mountbatten. I told you in my previous video that Prince Charles considered Savile his best friend at one point, and Savile was on the list for godfathers for Prince Charles's son. And Prince Charles even looked to Savile for relationship advice for his marriage to Princess Diana. Savile wrote a PR handbook for the royal family and regularly advised Prince Charles in political matters. And it is through Savile's royal ties that he was afforded key positions at hospitals and psychiatric wards, where he had his own set of keys to these hospitals, his own rooms under their roofs, so he had 24/7 access to his victims, children and adults alike, living or dead. In response to relaying this information, I had hundreds of comments that said there was no way Prince Charles knew what Savile got up to. He was a criminal mastermind. Yeah, right. You know that Savile was vetted and followed by British intelligence. They knew exactly what he was up to, and he was probably allowed into the inner circle because of it. Don't be a dunce. Savile was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II at Buckingham Palace in 1990, making him Sir Jimmy Savile, just like Prince Charles awarded honorary knighthood to Kevin Spacey in 2016 for his, quote, service to the theater. The only difference is we found out all of Jimmy Savile's pedo and necrophilia allegations post-mortem. Meanwhile, Kevin Spacey's charges arrived while he was still alive and kicking. 1 year later, in 2017, Spacey was charged for assaulting a 14-year-old boy in Britain. All in all, Spacey has been accused of sexual misconduct by more than a dozen men. It should be noted that 3 of Kevin Spacey's accusers have died shortly under mysterious circumstances after they spoke out about his behavior. Do y'all remember after these allegations, Kevin Spacey released that really weird video where he was by the fireplace, and at the very end of the video, he said he'll kill his enemies with kindness, and there was ominous music. I'll roll the clip.
The next time someone does something you don't like, you can go on the attack, but you can also hold your fire and do the unexpected. You can kill them with kindness.
Fun fact, just like King Charles, Kevin Spacey is a member of the World Economic Forum. I wish we could go one video without talking about the World Economic Forum. Kevin Spacey is part of the Great Reset.
Oh my God, I didn't know this. Even him? Oh.
I covered the connection between the Great Reset, World Economic Forum, and King Charles, the woke king, in my previous video, so I'll link it below. And just like King Charles's brother, Prince Andrew, there's about 1 million pictures of Kevin Spacey and Ghislaine Maxwell with his links to Epstein and Lolita Express. In this photo we're looking at here, Ghislaine Maxwell sits on a throne at Buckingham Palace alongside...
What's crazy is the United Nations is known for child trafficking. Like every top organization, they always go to children.
Actor Kevin Spacey, that's the caption. It is believed to have been taken in 2002. And just to be fair, just to note this, there's a big difference between a celebrity taking a picture with another celebrity at an event and the obvious comfort of 2 people being photographed together who very much seem like they're around each other all the time. As I covered in the previous video, the royal family took some heat from Prince Andrew and his tarnished reputation. And of course, Prince Andrew was caught hanging out with Epstein after Epstein was convicted. Additionally, we all know that Prince Andrew stayed at Epstein's house and wrote on the infamous Lolita.
Dude, Destiny posted this photo and said, so what? We're guilty by inanimate object now? And he's talking about guilty by associating criminals to the same log cabin. And I was like, does he not know who Prince Andrew is? Like that, I swear to God, he sounds like a Fed when he talks.
Additionally, we all know that Prince Andrew stayed at Epstein's house and rode on the infamous Lolita Express to Epstein's Island. His alleged victims have spoken out against him, and as a result, his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, forced him to return his military affiliations and was excused of any royal duties in January of 2022. But don't forget, Prince Andrew used 12 million pounds of taxpayer money to settle his sexual assault case. So Prince Andrew basically just gets a slap on the wrist, and he wore his full military regalia to the Queen's funeral. He groped his daughter during the funeral, but the 22-year-old man who heckled Prince Andrew at his mom's funeral was arrested and charged with a breach of the peace.
Bro, what the fuck? Well, every time I click one of these videos, I learn something.
Disgusting! Wait, I've done nothing wrong. That powerful men should be allowed to commit sexual crimes and get away with it.
This kid is so based.
The royal family murdered and plundered the peasants to colonize more territories and expand their empire not so many generations ago. Do you really think abusing some children matters to them? I demonstrated in this video that practice is most likely normalized to them, as they have all been exposed to generational abuse. And do you really think they care about you? They're subjects. It's clear they see themselves as above us. Otherwise, why declare themselves rulers, royalty, kings, and queens in this age? They are above the law. Their actions have no consequence. They can pay to make their
Dude, I used to be so stupid. I used to track how much money the royal family has. And it turns out they just print money with the Red Shield family. It turns out the answer is infinite. I had no idea. And they sit and sleep on top of every gold bar that Europe has. Because the whole time I thought that the royal family answers to somebody. But it turns out the Rothschilds, the royal family, it's just the same people. It's like the same group. They have the same interests, everything. No one's answering to nobody.
Problems go away, and that's just the reality of it. That's their history. They married child brides.
What's weird is they always have a dark mage on their team, like a Seville. Every single king and queen have always had a magician who was their medicine man, kind of like the shaman. And Aleister Crowley was the highest level dude, 33 degree. Dude, they gave him 33 degree Freemason. That's how he'd sign his name. He'd sign his name as Baphomet, or sometimes even the Beast, but he'd add the 33 degrees before they kicked him out. Dude, Aleister Crowley, all he's known for is anal sex. And he got knighted for it. What the fuck is in these dark arts? Dude, it's called... Do you guys remember this long hair guy we were watching together before all this drama shit we covered? It was a long hair guy, Christian dude that we kept clowning. And he broke down Freemasonry. I rewatched some of that stream. You know that guy is the most based dude on the internet about masonry. When you watch his video sped up 1.75, no one in internet history has been more based than that guy. And we clowned his ass because we watched it in slow. We watched it in regular. Go watch it sped up. That guy is so good at tying everything up. Dude, there was a part where he tied up witchcraft initiation to Masonic initiation, and he put the video side by side, and dude, I'm telling you, we are so stupid for giggling throughout the whole thing. I rewatched the video and I was like, Oh my God, he knows more than me. You know, me. I've been doing this since 2011. That guy knows more than me. And if we played it right now, I won't even end stream. I'll rewatch the whole thing if we watch it sped up. That guy is so convincing if you watch it sped up where you don't make jokes. He's so good. And by the end of it, I was damn near a Christian by the end of it. I was like, holy shit. That guy almost turned me a fucking full Christian. Like, that guy has the greatest Christianity arguments I've ever heard in my life. And we clowned his ass. And I went to clown him again with a buddy. And then I walked out on my buddy and just started watching it alone. And it was hypnotic. I watched the whole fucking thing again alone. And when you watch it sped up, god damn is it good. If it had better visuals, it would be like, I would pay money to watch that thing again. That guy is so fucking impressive at breaking down masonry. He's the only one. I don't know why we clowned him. We were in a giggling mood. We clowned him for half of it. Then we said it's okay. I rewatched it. I said I've never in my life watched anything on the internet closer to breaking down masonry than him. Right? He doesn't miss, and he always ties it back to the phallic penis obelisk sex magic. It's a sex cult. He never calls it masonry, the art of the craft. He always ties it back to sex cult because that's what it is. That's why horny can have devilish magic, because it's your horns coming out. It's like you can use your sex, your horniness for those kind of rituals. That's why they have rituals with children, right? He's a Freemason in real life as well. Yeah, he admits that he used to be a Mason and that he's breaking the oath, which doesn't sound like he's lying. He sounds convicted. You know what I mean? I don't know what to search to watch it again. Link it to me. I'll watch it right now. I'll go to the good parts too. But oh my God, does 99% of based videos on Masonry suck? Only that guy got it right. It's on YouTube too. It's not even BitChute. Yeah, this guy. So he's an X Factor winner who he leaves the oath, I guess, that he made. But he doesn't go in depth about his oath. I don't remember that part. Anyways, if you skip, I don't know if I'm skipping the good stuff, but look at this. Yeah, I've never in my life ever said someone knows more than me. This guy knows more. Oh, and he picked the right books. This guy picked way better books. This guy knows everything. Yeah, I skipped the celebrity slideshows. That shit was so stupid because it's like, it's not convincing, although it is convincing. You know what I mean? Give me the YouTube version of this guy. So it's on YouTube. It loads better. Dude, the problem is I can't sleep after watching this guy. He's so good at this, man.
Well, I need to tell you all something, and it's the most important thing I will say to you. In a little while.
And yeah, the beginning is rough, so I'm going to skip the...
by sharing this with you. So I hope that buys me at least a few minutes of your precious time.
If someone edited out the beginning part, he would be way more convincing. Right? Yeah, sleep is for the dead. That Inky, you're so right.
Well,
look at this bad quality though. That hurts me.
It's the most important thing I could ever say to you.
Fuck it. Should I go back to the other one? Quality's important. Yeah, let's go back to BitChute. Which, by the way, got to be my favorite website ever for this kind of stuff. Feels like old YouTube to me. Is it the same shitty quality? Yeah, the video came out in 2021. That's why it's so good. Everything 5 years ago about Masonry was really bad. Recently... Is that the same one? Truth Protector? Nice.
Well, I need to tell you all something, And it's the most
John, the whole
I need to tell you
Masonic conspiracy was debunked. What are you, fucking
In a little
retarded?
while, you'll know for certain that I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family by sharing this with you. So I hope that that buys me at least a few minutes of your precious time. If this video's taken down, it wasn't taken down by me, alright? Important thing I'm here to say to you. In a little while, you'll know for certain that I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family by sharing this with you. So I hope that that buys me at least a few minutes of your precious time.
Look at this.
If this video's taken down, it wasn't taken down by me, alright? And I'm partly doing this to assure the ultimate goal of the secret society. It's just
Let me know when it gets good, because I just randomly skipped. Why isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, see, I skipped all this
of the
bullshit.
Supreme Council of 33rd Degrees. No higher authority in the United States to speak of the relationship between Freemasonry and the US $1 bill. Masonic symbolism in a $1 bill. Look at them all. 13 leaves, 13 bars, 13 feathers, so on and so forth, and of course, this. The Masonic all-seeing eye. Located in the pyramid.
Look at this.
So, you think this is a conspiracy theory? Or just a plain conspiracy? Well, he's JFK, yes, a Freemason. But one who had enough. When he wanted to print money, disassociated from the Masonic central banks, just like Abraham Lincoln. And he paid the price for it as well. Listen to the speech we never hear about in school. More proof that they control the education system, here and everywhere. Please, just have a quick listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically, opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
Look at this. Okay, skip the bullshit. God, if someone can make me an edited version of what deleted, just take out the filler and I'll rewatch this like 3 times a stream, bro. This shit is eye-opening. By the way, if you're not interested in masonry, you just gotta ask yourself who prints money. And it is Masons. The people who print money, they're into this thing called witchcraft. It's kind of like, why? Why are you into witchcraft if you're printing money? Don't you have anything better to do?
Lies, cloak upon cloak, and oath upon oath, concealing the truth for its chosen few. What is Freemasonry? What is the most secret yet most powerful religion in the world? Well, that's easy. We live in an evil, evil world. So there's only one religion that befits it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise.
True.
Now start the clock. From Morals and Dogma, prepared for the Supreme Council for 33rd degree. That's the highest degree in Freemasonry, and written by the undisputed heavyweight champion of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. On page 321, he boldly states, Lucifer, the light bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not. Did you hear that? Lucifer is God, and do not doubt it. Come on now, stay with me. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, written by 33rd degree Freemason, a beloved member of the craft, Albert Mackey. He tells us whose name represents the good principle in Freemasonry's secret worldview. Writing under the Masonic meaning of the word pentagram, he says the pentagram, depending on its position, represents good or evil. See how he puts the positive aspect in the first position? Good first, evil second. Good or evil, light or darkness, victory or death, initiation or profanation, Lucifer or Vesper.
This guy taught me something, that whether black or white magic, they're both done by demons. How can you do good magic done by demons? That makes no sense. So that's the one thing I learned from this. I was like, oh, that's why Manny P. Hall in his book writes, don't do it. Even if it's white magic, don't get involved. It's like, what the fuck? What about conspiracy theories about Jews? Do you afraid to mention these? Lol. Believe it or not, it's wrong. People who say the Jewish conspiracy theorists are wrong. I'm not saying it to be politically correct. I'm saying you're wrong. When you study this and you go down the rabbit hole deep enough, you find out you're wrong. I'm sorry. It's go down the whole rabbit hole all the way, and it's the Jesuits. Go down all the way. Trust me on this. When you go down all the way, when you really look for not just power, but magicians, when you look for dark magic and magicians, and I'm not shitting on Catholics. I swear I'm not. I swear to God I'm not. I'm saying the Pope, in their sacred scripture, it says, in the Vatican archives, The Pope is the king of the world. It says it right there. And I was like, I thought the Pope's just a fat old dude. I know. That's why I like making a lot of jokes and stuff. But, dude, go research. Do you remember those? Should I start talking or should I just press the play? Should I just press play? Fuck this shit. No, the Pope is a pedo. What the hell? Yeah. Here it is. Okay. A little deeper, almost there. Okay. Do you remember in high school when you learned about ancient medieval torture devices? That's the Jesuit order, right? Hold on.
Tuxedo Dolphin donated $5. Can you watch this before? It's very interesting and quick.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up, bro. Those medieval ancient torture devices like Mendeleev and shit, but like World War II ones, but the medieval ones, the olden day ones, right? Those ones were done by the highest level Satanists, the Jesuits. And the Jesuit order meant if they told you to kamikaze yourself, you have to do it. Assassin's Creed is about the Jesuits, right? The Jesuits lie, cheat, steal, rape, kill as long as it's within the order. They go against the Bible. These people are who they cannot be beaten. These people chop heads. They cannot be beaten. Okay? And they want to confuse you with Jerusalem and blah, blah, blah. No. Dude, the Vatican rules the world. Don't let them confuse you, dude. The Vatican. Those are the highest level mages. Okay? Looking at corporate Zio guys is not the fucking end all answer. Right? I would love it to be that answer, but it's not. It's not. If you want to look at the highest level sorcery, are literally in the heart of Europe. That's why the three biggest power players on earth that no one will talk about, no truther will talk about, is the Knights Templar Jesuit Order, which is Switzerland. That's where all corrupt banking is done since the World Wars. Every corrupt person's gone through Switzerland. These are the three countries: Switzerland, the Vatican, Italy, right? And Israel. These three are the largest players when we're talking about finance. All connected through Zio English, the royal family and all that. Am I yelling or am I whispering? But yeah, so the English comes second. That's why when you get that feeling like, man, Europeans rule the world, they do. That's why you have that feeling, my dude. They do. That's what the Davos is. Okay? So no, it's not like, John, are you afraid to talk about? No. I mean, it's low-level truth-seeking if you dismiss the Club of Rome and how large it... Dude, do you really think Rome collapsed because of Christianity? No. The Roman Catholic Church is just a pagan star system. It's a pagan star worship system of devils and the morning star. Okay? It's paganism fused with post-Christianity, post-Rome, after the empire, like they like to say it became a Christian. No, it didn't. The reason why they even like Christianity is because they need innocence for their rituals. They can't just do black magic rituals. They need virgins and innocent people and blah, 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 blah. They need heaps of them. That's why they like Christianity, but they don't actually let Christianity rule. Okay? And yeah, the Catholics were the only good Christians. They used to chop Masons' heads off. Now they're really the most infiltrated. They're the worst now, which is kind of sad. Another thing, every Protestant nation that you know is rich, the leader of every Protestant nation is a what's that called? An underground An underground Jesuit. What's that called? When someone's like underground but they don't want to admit it? I'm blanking. Yeah, like crypto. Yeah. A crypto Jesuit. Every Protestant leader is a Jesuit, right? And there is an oath they take where they're not allowed to even talk good about the Jesuit order or Catholicism. They can only talk good about Protestantism, but they actually, they're covert. Exactly. And dude, here's my problem is I have read Morals and Dogma. I spent most of my life reading the wrong thing. Dude, all of my research took me to the Middle East when really it is the Vatican. That is the highest level sorcery on earth. Yeah, the Jesuit oath is ridiculous, dude. They even talk about everything explicitly. Anyways, let's start this.
Lucifer is good. Lucifer is light. Lucifer is victory. And Lucifer is true initiation.
Where can I learn all this? Unfortunately, like all truth, it's hidden in the most boring books. Literally, you have to go through 500 YouTube videos to find a fucking book that some dude mentions. Then you have to go find the fucking book online or at a library. Then you have to go through a bunch of fucking retarded pages just to find one page of truth. And it's worth it. I swear to God, when you bookmark that page that tells the truth, it's so... You get the feeling of closure, dude. It's so worth it. It's so fucking worth it. Dude, I'm telling you, there's nothing better than when you finally find it. Because you're going to realize you were looking for that page for 10 years. You were just casually looking for it. Yeah. So, yeah. If you really are crunched for time... Every one of these videos that have some truth to it, where it's like it's blowing you away, go get the book in a PDF format and see till I'll find the word you want. So I would see till I'll find the word Satan. See till I'll find the word, right? And I'd go through every single page, demonic possession, ritual, whatever. And then I would go right to the page I need. That page would get me hooked, and then the book would be good. Why don't you tell us? Because I have over 50 books, dude. Like, which book do you want? All the books talk about the same shit. The royal craft is the same as witchcraft. That's it. Like, here's how gay conspiracy gets, dude. When you go down the whole rabbit hole of conspiracy, it becomes very Harry Potter very fast. And it's enough to make you stop reading. You're like, this shit's a crock of shit. Like, not even Alex Jones talks about it. It becomes very gay very quick. And, yeah. It's, like, not even believable how weird it becomes. Some people just read the Bible and keep their innocence. Yeah, but if you don't read what the ruling class has planned for you, you're going to be living anxiety, dude. A lot of conspiracies controlled opposition. Yeah, 99% of conspiracy is retarded. That's why only do what I do. Like, a lot of people are like, John, you have the greatest conspiracy takes. Why is that? Like, ask yourself, why? Because I only go to where the money is. The only conspiracies I look at is where there's zillions of dollars. Those are the only real ones. If you follow the money, the conspiracy theories make sense. It doesn't talk about Bigfoot. When you go to the money, you don't even know one human who can print money. You don't even know their name. I know every single one of whether the Treasury or the Federal Reserve. I know all their names. I know what schools they went to growing up. Like, dude, you've never asked yourself who the fuck prints money? It's not the government.
You're not initiated, you're profane. If you haven't figured out that God is Lucifer, you're vulgar and profane. You're stupid, in their own words. That's the beginning of their big secret. God is the devil, and we're already in hell right now. Now from the Freemason of the Century, Manly Hall, and this will make it 3 out of 3 legends of Freemasonry stating the same thing. In the Lost Keys of Freemasonry on page 76, when the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft.
Dude, this guy who wrote this Mason, Manny P. Hall, he has a book where he says, we don't know how or why communicating with spirits helps us. All we know is that it works. I'm like, what the fuck?
The seething, surging energies of Lucifer are in his hands. Do you see?
Yeah.
The world's hidden religion.
Every single book about dudes who print money, Masons, always mention Lucifer. They've never, ever said God gives you the power, because it's just like Helios worship. It's worshiping yourself till you become your own God and you get help with with demons. And they invert everything. Darkness is light, therefore truth is light. Yeah, truth is light. But truth is not subjective light like Hermeticism. In Hermeticism, which means like sealed, right? Like sealed knowledge, it teaches about everything, whether it's polarity, height, everything is the same. Short and tall is exactly the same. They're just different degrees. So think about what they think of good and evil. And this is how Buddha thinks. This Hermeticism and stuff is how Buddha thinks. Buddha was a fat, skinny pedophile. Never forget that. Like, if you really, the greatest take I think this guy has, right? The greatest take this guy has is, if Buddha watched your best friend getting raped on the street, violently raped, to not damage his karma cycle, he would not interfere and he'd just keep walking. That's what Buddhism is at its core. That's fucking disgusting. When good and evil are that subjective, that's fucking disgusting. If you talk to a Buddhist about this, they go, well, that's if you achieve enlightenment. What the fuck? That is literal Satanism. That is like, by definition, do what thou wilt.
With its universal one-eye symbolism, who was revealed slowly and by degrees only to its dedicated members, is Satanism, or Luciferianism as they prefer to call it. Now all the oaths make sense, don't they? Now all the rituals make sense. Now all the penalties make sense. And their secret signs and symbols and handshakes all make sense.
What do you think of Islam? Well, Islam's the only thing battling Masonry today and the Davos agenda. The only problem is, for Shriners of Masonry, they say you have to swear on the Quran. I don't know how true that is. I never researched that. But there was a dude who breaks down how Islam is a part of Masonry, and it is traumatizing. Like, that video is traumatizing. Like, that Veeth guy, that guy traumatized me, dude. Right? Because that guy will just ruin everything for you. Yeah, he calls it a moon cult. Exactly. But if you look at the evil sorcerers in Islam, they're doing everything against God. So it's like, why? Like, if what that guy's saying is true and it's an evil book, why are they doing everything opposite to the book? Like the black mages, in the Arab world that practice black magic, because they're always fighting order. Whether it's the Bible, the Quran, they're always fighting family and order. Kind of like today. Like the one thing they hate most is a hierarchy of family order. That's the one thing the left hates. It's like, dude, you know, as a human, you cannot erase hierarchy from your head. If your dad walks in the room, if your cousin walks in the room, you immediately categorize them under or above you. That's why God makes a lot of sense. Because in the hierarchy of creation, there would be something above us. There's a teen magician. What is this?
Chat and vibes with DJ Sims. Hey guys, it's your girl DJ Sims, and welcome back to another episode.
Yeah, she's gonna burn in hell.
That, but then the way people started reacting and people started, you know, reacting and stuff like that, seeing this, Miles.
This guy admits it?
I need to do this, man. So I started watching a series.
Dude, Chris Angel and every magician does black magic. What the fuck? Like, what are the chances of that?
So, like, episodes and stuff like that. And I was like, listen, I need to be a magician. I need to show people that I can do something. Yeah.
Would you say, obviously you mentioned Dynamo, and like his tricks are very out there, like that walking on water one, like it's not your standard card trick. Would you say
that guy she mentioned is the magician who's the most famous in the UK, named Dynamo? Just like in that book where the dynamo is Lucifer's seething hands, or whatever the fuck Manny P. Hall writes about. That guy says when he had a near-death experience, he went to the woods. He told his best friend he went to the woods to do a pact with the devil. And then he just became famous. And why would his buddy leak that? Like, what would he gain from that?
Say there is more to magic than your standard card trick that you might see online.
100%. The sky's the limit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, you can do insane stuff. Because magic is basically, it shows that anything's possible. So if you really deep it, it's very hard to think of what you can do if you can do everything. Do you know
this guy's burning in hell.
While the bulk of Freemasons make the external image of the fraternity and know nothing of who rules over them and who or what they're protecting. But which craft do you think the Freemason of the century is talking about here? Which craft? Witchcraft. You need to slowly wake up now. Witchcraft is the royal art of Freemasonry, jealously guarded and reserved for the few. I'll show you clear as day that this is in fact true.
See, this is hard to believe until you remember Aleister Crowley, a dude who his poetry is about licking vomit and drinking urine and eating shit while he's fucking his girlfriend. That guy got knighted and became a 33-degree printing money type Mason. Like, that's what he's known for. What the fuck? How do you get knighted writing about that stuff?
This is the symbol of Satanism. And this is the symbol of the lodge of female Freemasonry called the Order of the Eastern Star. Look at that.
A lot of people don't understand why a goat, John. Why a goat? The inversion of the Bible is that the humans are the sheep, right? The human are the sheep of God, and the goat is its own thing, right? It's not a sheep. It's not a follower. It's its own thing where it's like, I do what I want. That's why the devil would be a goat and that humanity would be sheep, right? Led to the, do you understand? Yeah, lamb, whatever.
Satanism, Freemasonry. Trust your eyes. This is the symbol of the Church of Lucifer, founded by a 33rd degree Freemason, which I'll prove. Look at the Masonic squaring compass in the design. The Church of Satan and Lucifer, two sides of the same coin, nurtured and brought to an organized international level of power and influence by Freemasonry, in secret, and all done right under our noses. And if you think that your politicians or religious leaders or favorite idols can't be a part of this, you have to try and snap out of it, or suspend your everyday beliefs just for a moment, and I will clearly show you how it's not only possible, but it's actual. Please, I feel like it's now or never. If you don't get a glimpse of this now, then when? Who else is going to tell you this? When will you next be confronted with this? This is reality. And as much as you thought that ordinary people came into positions of power through hard work or concern for society or family connections, combined with brains and talent, that's not the case. That's the fantasy. This is the reality. They all go through Freemasonry. You think that Sam Worthington was so talented that he was picked up all those American actors to star in Avatar? Of course not. He was a Freemason. And so was the director James Cameron, of the highest caliber. You have to remember that to them, Lucifer is good. Lucifer is the liberator. Jesus is the suppressor. Lucifer is pure love. Jesus is impure love. Lucifer left heaven for you. Jesus was crucified because he was a false Messiah. The world has always been deceptive, and we have been magnificently deceived. Here is an incredible example. Pay attention. This should blow your mind. Charles Darwin, the father of atheism and rationalism, was an initiated Freemason, doing the hidden hand of Freemasonry in this picture, and the vow of silence in this one.
Darwin gotta be the dumbest Mason to ever exist. Like, this is a dude who's... Dude, he got so debunked, they had to ban like 50 different authors. Like, this guy got more debunked than any Mason. The dinosaur guys did better than this guy. Jeez.
This would have remained unknown to us because no one's going to teach us this. But now we have the tools to see his beliefs, not through his words, but through his signs and symbols. I told you they can't help but to show off their allegiance. Because they think we're stupid, vile, and ignorant. And I've proven that to you as well. So once again...
Thoughts on X death? Bro, who gives a fuck about rappers, bro? Is there anything more cringe than a rapper?
Are you going to prove them right by switching off and ignoring this? Well, unfortunately, more than 90% of you will. What I'm giving you here is priceless knowledge because no amount of money or success can substitute its importance. And I'm risking everything but my own salvation to share it with you. If only for the few of you. Think about what you've just seen here with Charles Darwin.
Like, if you think rappers are cool, all you have to do is close your eyes and imagine Travis Scott talking to Malcolm X. Try and have that like they're on a couch on Jimmy Kimmel. Try and imagine that. Don't you immediately get secondhand embarrassment for the rapper? You know what I mean? It's so sad that like we have to worship those guys. I always thought rappers are cool until I saw Kanye with Trump. And then I was like, okay, this is really awkward.
Because I don't know if you got it. You cannot be accepted as a candidate of Freemasonry unless you believe in a supreme being. As exemplified here with Phil Collins. Speculated by some to be an atheist, but this seems impossible because being a Freemason, he has to believe in a higher power, or more accurately, supreme being. And I can personally vouch for that. And look here in the Masonic Oath itself. The candidate says, I will not aid or be present at the initiation of an atheist, a madman, or a fool. Freemasonry believes that to be an atheist is to be the equivalent of a madman.
The people who print money on earth, Federal Reserve chairmen, all write in their books to be an atheist is to be a retard. Even in Morals and Dogma. Every time these geniuses write a book, they always shit on atheists. But Destiny's the smartest guy in society, and he's an atheist. Like, isn't that weird that the same agenda that these liberals defend is written by people who call them in their books retards? And then I close my eyes and think, I'm like, oh yeah. What, we came from nothing? That's retarded. That's actually retarded.
And they're right. Yet while they propagate atheism around the world, in universities and schools, Charles Darwin himself was a believer in an intelligent designer, a supreme being. He had to be, because he's a Freemason. And that intelligent designer that gave birth to us is named Lucifer in the highest degrees of Freemasonry. See? Never tell. He lied to you, because that's what Freemasons do. The whole thing is a giant lie that was carefully constructed by mutilating the truth, because mutilated truths make the most successful lies. This is the secret to their success, a lying tongue and a lying spirit from the 1st degree to the 33rd degree, to each other and to us. I've proven
this is why Mizkif and Meyer are Masons, dude.
that as well. And what did Jesus, how did he describe their God? The father of lies. How accurate. The one who comes to cheat, kill, and destroy. How accurate again when I tell you their plans. Look here, Charles Darwin is noted as an influential figure.
Tuxedo, send it to me on Discord so I can load it.
Proof for them, apart from the intelligent design that is all around us, that Lucifer is real and that he's the god of this realm, is the power of witchcraft or magic. Magic works because there's a hierarchy or a pyramidal power structure in the spirit realm, a realm devoid of any love for you. And these spirits can be conjured up and summoned by the practitioners of the royal art of Freemasonry. They ask for something in return, however. Listen to Bob Dylan, a Freemason. Hidden hand, one-eye symbolism.
Out here doing your songs, you know, you're still on tour. I do, but I don't take it for granted. Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here? Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. You know, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand. What was your bargain? To get where I am now. Should I ask who you made the bargain with? with the chief commander. On this earth? And this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
Yeah, why the fuck would he say that? The fuck is that about?
How does one communicate with Bob Dylan's chief commander, Lucifer? By the jealously guided royal art of Freemasonry. Witchcraft. This is from the Encyclopedia of American Religions. Secrecy is bolstered by a system of initiations and degrees, the Freemasonic system. The material which is kept secret is the magical knowledge of the group. This knowledge may consist of rituals and powerful magical formulas. Do you think J.K. Rowling isn't a Luciferian? In this article, J.K. Rowling reveals the inspiration behind the Deathly Hallows symbol. And what is it? The Masonic square and compass, with the one eye that all the celebrities mimic. That's the inspiration. They're all members of the secret society. If you think that doesn't prove anything, here she is with her new tattoo. It says Solve
Isn't the pedophilia symbol a triangle as well?
Coagula. Also a song titled by fellow Freemason Marilyn Manson. And where does it come from? Here, the Baphomet. The image of Lucifer.
Yeah, why is this bitch? Like, Harry Potter is such a dogshit book. Why has it got zillions of dollars behind it? Is there something to magic?
As conceptualized by another Freemason, Eliphas Levi, in his book, The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic. This horrid thing, with breasts, a penis, and a goat's head with 2 horns, has these words written on its arms, Solve Coagula. The impact of the meaning of these 2 words should disturb you to soberness when I tell you about them. Because apart from other things, they involve...
Dude, Aleister Crowley talks about how he feels his 2 serpent chakras rising, the Sephiroths, when he plays with his anus. What the fuck? Why is that guy knighted by the queen? Why is infinite money knighting him if that's what his book is about? Why? Is sex magic real, or is he... Why would they knight him? Why isn't Hassan Piker being knighted for doing the same shit? Makes no sense, man.
Involve the process in which the new system will be implemented at unbelievable cost to you and I. Here's a statue of the Baphomet at the temple, satanic temple, complete with 2 little kids admiring it. That's J.K. Rowling's religion, Satanism. The secret religion for the highly evolved and the highly successful. Welcome to the real world. The same Masonic author writes in The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic, in the ceremonies practiced at reception by all secret societies, there are found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere carefully concealed, and that is witchcraft. And in his History of Magic, he tells us it is...
The History of Magic. Look at this book. If you think about it, again, OTK's downfall involves sex magic. Like, think about what I'm saying. Every time lives are ruined, it's sexually related. Every single time someone misuses their sexual wand, demonic portals of life-ruining shit come out. And the only difference from the royal family and OTK is that one family is untouchable. Yeah, I'm not clicking no links if you're not saying what they are, bro. Just stop coping.
Is the royal art. And that's what Freemasonry calls it. And where did he get his inspiration for the Baphomet? From the Knights Templar, another secret society, who were banned, and some of its members were executed in the 1300s for glorifying evil, as it's openly stated here in satanic rituals. And where do modern-day Knights Templars reside now? Within high degree of Freemasonry. Right here. Again from the Encyclopedia. And listen to this. The continuing impact of speculative Freemasonry, which means modern-day Freemasonry, provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Magical orders. Meaning other branches of secret societies, of which Freemasonry is the umbrella. Because Freemasonry is the king of secret societies.
These books also talk about that intention you have to lie, cheat, and steal. You're feeling a demon pulling strings, and you're saying no to them. But you can feel something invisible pulling you. You don't want to cheat on your wife, but you feel something pulling you. And that's what Manny P. Hall's books talk about. Is like you already know. It's not that you believe. You know something's pulling you. You cannot feel the attraction, or you can't explain the attraction, but you know it's real. You know it's like not just chemicals firing in your head. And if it were chemicals in your head, then demons wouldn't be in your psyche this much. TV would not make them last for thousands and thousands of years. Like, why is it so in a human psyche, right? Like, nobody sees a crackhead on the street and says, oh, there's some bad chemicals in their head. Everyone says, bro, that bitch looked demonically possessed.
Just like Jay.
And Manny P. Hall, this genius writer, he wrote something that really pissed me off. He wrote in a book, if a man dies of a heroin overdose, his demonic, addicted ghost can enter someone else. That's why an addict doesn't want to do heroin, but he feels something pulling him towards it. And it's the addict. It's the spirit of that person who died doing heroin. And I was like, that makes no sense. Because then what about the first heroin addict ever? Who the fuck possessed them? Right? Like, how the hell does that make any sense?
JFK tried to tell us it's the prestigious channel that one must go through. And it is the reason that the oldest religion in the world has made a colossal comeback and is now on the brink of...
If your sister says, I'll suck your dick for some crack, that's not your sister, bro. She's demonically possessed. You can get the head now.
success, which, as I said, nothing can stop now. And again from the encyclopedia, the groups wear ritual garb and meet in magical lodges. And where do Masons meet? In the Masonic Lodge. Like here with a magical pentagram on their checkered floorboard. Are you believing your eyes? Or are you making excuses? Here's another statue of the Baphomet at a satanic temple doing the sign of the horned god Lucifer. The hand sign mimicking the horns on his head. And of course, the upside down cross. And here's Barack Obama doing the same sign. And the sign of silence with a twist. Who do you think he's mocking here? You and I. But mainly Christians. Because Christianity is the one force that has stood between you and the inconceivable horror that is awaiting us and is on its way. Here's an article on Barack Obama, and that's his hands adjusting his presidential seal. And there's his Masonic ring, and the sign of the devil's horns, over and over. Freemasonry and Satanism are intertwined. Look at these Masonic politicians throwing up the devil's horns. George W. Bush. Look how sneaky and sinister the look on his face is here. And the manner in which he's delivering the sign. In front of the whole world. Is he a fan of rock music? Is he saying I love you in sign language for the deaf, like some people like to say? This is his fraternal order called Skull and Bones, also known as the Order of Death, where you lie naked in a coffin with what's called a temple prostitute during initiation. Clearly a Masonic order, with this guy displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry. In Stanley Kubrick's last movie before...
He forgot the part where everyone in the order has to ejaculate on the new member in the coffin. The fuck?
His death. He's telling you that all prominent members of industry, including politics, as the movie goes on to show, are members of a satanic secret society. In it, he shows the members engage in an orgy and feast after the ceremony of dedication to their horned god. To identify which secret society he's referring to, he leaves the clues in the artwork. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The One-Eyed Religion. And who do you think the title of the movie is dedicated to? None other than the stupid, ignorant, and uninitiated masses watching the movie. And you know it now. He knew that when we'd leave the cinema, we'd be commenting on the performance of Tom Cruise, or giggling about the orgy scene, or just being disappointed because the movie went too long, or some other meaningless critique, with eyes wide shut. Look at the cover of his other movie, A Clockwork Orange. The eye on top of the pyramid. And on his shirt, the word devil in Italian. Let me take it up a notch, in case this isn't registering. Listen to the founder of the Satanic Church, Anton LaVey, tell us in his book, The Satanic Rituals, which is a companion to the Satanic Bible, Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. This is back in 1972.
You want to hear something mind-blowing? The Chinese have a lot of Freemasons. You would never think that, would you? There's a lot of Freemasons in China. Isn't that strange that it's like worldwide?
He said this. Now 40 years later it should read all governments, not many. And why is the founder of the Church of Satan talking about Freemasonry, the most respectable and charitable fraternity in the world, that no one seems to talk about and that we never hear about in school? This is why. Because the Satanic Ritual is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and Masonic elements. That's crazy because Freemasonry is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic elements too.
Freemasonry just started out as the Gentile version of Kabbalah. That's it.
Any Masonic writer will confirm that. But how can that be? Because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. On page 106, every rite of the Black Order employed Masonic principles. Every rite of these Black Orders.
Fuck your dog,
one of which was called Freunden von Lucifer, which translates to Friends of Lucifer. And guess what? There are numerous manifestations of Satanism in Masonic ritual, including the goat, the coffin, and the death's head. Please awaken, O sleeper, and let the glorious light of the truth dawn upon your sleepy eyes. How did Freemasonry get away with this? Just like Jesus, the greatest enemy of theirs, said they would, by dressing the wolves as sheep. A satanic underground, carefully cloaked in Christian trappings. That's how Freemasonry got away with it. We can't find out about it because they run the media and the education system clearly. John F. Kennedy was brutally assassinated after he attempted to inform us that we are opposed around the world by a monolithic conspiracy. Did he know that Lucifer was the god of Freemasonry?
Not every Freemason is bad. What about Jay-Z and Eminem? They kind of take dick. Yeah.
I don't know. The Grand Master of my lodge, who was the mayor of the city, was a 32nd degree Freemason. That's one short of the top, one short of the true beginning of a secret religion, and he had no idea what Freemasonry really was. After 42 years in the lodge, they never invited him into the 33rd degree initiation, because he couldn't see past the Christian trappings. as they were designed to do exactly that, trap the Christian, or trap anyone else who was too sensitive to behold the truth. Thus, Freemasonry could halt their progress at any time without suspicion, because it's a rare thing to reach the 33rd degree, and every Freemason knows that. So that there are no rude awakenings that take place with those that aren't ready to embrace Lucifer as the true god of Freemasonry and the world. This is an ingenious system, birthed by what must have been demonic inspiration. Anselm LaVey says that this ingenious system I speak of serves as a rudimentary screening process for organized Satanism. Exactly right. It's a filtering process, as I've said earlier. An international filtering process from which men and women are picked and permitted to enter the world stage. And I'm saying all this for those who naively think that politics and magic ritual do not mix. That's the founder of the Satanic Church. He admits that.
It's actually not the Freemasons, but the Jesuits who control the world. I agree. But I don't think it's healthy to say that. I think it's healthier for people to be told about Freemasonry, right? Because then people actually believe you. When you say Jesuits, people go, oh, that shit ended like during Assassin's Creed, the video game, right? With Ezio and Altair, and, you know, like it's hard. So.
Admissions that were never heeded, because no one cares. How else did the Freemasons pull the wool over our eyes? The companion to the Satanic Bible tells us that as well, by filling the world with fools. And who's the biggest fool in the eyes of Freemasonry? An atheist. From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. One who does not believe in the existence of God. Such a state of mind can only arise from the ignorance of stupidity. All this time, you're laughing at Christians, and the Freemasons are laughing at you. He's Brad Pitt.
Is that weird to be Destiny, like an atheist, and then the biggest fucking atheists in the world, the Freemasons, they call people like Destiny retarded? They're like, bro, they're making fun of atheists. These guys were so atheist, they went to the devil because they're like, that position's retarded. Like, holy shit.
Wearing his Masonic ring and covering his eye. Now, here's a genuine quote from Brad Pitt, the Freemason. In short, I could really try on something different for myself. That was Satanism. It's working out really well. I made a pact. That's why. You don't believe him? Bob Dylan does. And the hand sign they all do. Allow me to show you what it symbolizes. And now that you know what you know, it should make sense to you. It stands for 666. Yes, indeed. Satan's number, foretold by Jesus Christ. Now just hang on, let me prove it to you. Here it is for all to see on this shirt design, worn by Guns N' Roses guitarist Slash. See the I in the middle of the 6? Repeated 3 times. That's 666.
I used to think videos like this are schizo shit. And then I found out what symbolism means in Masonry, even hand signs, and how big it is. And it's not just to like tell someone you're in the club. It has a lot. Symbols have a lot more to do than just leaking. And now it makes sense. I'm like, oh shit, I get it.
In this one, the design in the shirt is clearly demonstrated by the person wearing it. Another example, the hand sign with 3 6s on the shirt. Here's a movie poster. The hand sign and the 6 on his lapel. Connect the dots. Here's Don Cheadle, the hand sign, and here he covers one eye with the dice. What's the number on the dice?
What are the symbols used for? Well, basically, there's 3 energies that they talk about in every ancient occult teachings, and it's mind, words, and actions. So in China, there would be mind, brain, mouth, hands. And basically, you can only bounce your intention off of a symbol, right? So if you draw a spell circle, you can only bounce your mind by saying out loud the ritual, the words, sometimes the hidden names of God, and then you'll draw the symbol as your action, your will, right? And that's the only way you can bounce your manifestation into the physical world. But they mostly deal with the ethereal world, right? Which is interesting because they break down the world into 3 levels: the mental, the emotional, and the physical plane. And they do everything in the physical, but they're really mastering the emotional world. That's how they manipulate billionaires to follow them and fund them. And the mental plane is where they cope by trying to talk to God, but really they're talking to demons because they're failing miserably, right? They're rejecting God. Thoughts on Nick Funes? He's hilarious.
Nice that he holds toward the camera. 6. There's literally 3 6s that manifest in the hand sign itself, like this. That's why they do it. Here's Drake with the most obvious example, holding up the hand sign with the all-seeing eye of Lucifer on his bicep. And here, blatantly connecting the 6 to the hand sign on the artwork to one of his songs. The hand sign over one eye, obviously signifying a 6. This is proof. The number is mystical, and it's grounded in reality. And it's related to sex rituals within witchcraft. You'll see, I'll show you. But if that's not enough, there. Drake is clearly intending that hand sign to be a way of communicating the number 666. A hater of Christianity and Jesus Christ. But I wonder why. He has everything he desires. Christians aren't suppressing him. He doesn't hate Buddha or Muhammad. None of them do. No. Jesus is who they hate. But they protect Freemasonry by communicating its presence in their lives not by word, but by symbols and signs. Disciples of Lucifer. While you don't believe it, they take it very seriously, and they mock you by displaying it in your face. They know the truth. The chief commander, the one at the top of the pyramid, is Satan, the god of this world, just like Jesus told you he is. Britney.
I found it weird that he talks about Drake's hairstyle and not all the other stuff Drake has leaked.
Spears doing the 666 over the eye, and look at this. The devil's horns, while she wears the seal of the US $1 bill, designed by Freemasons. You know why now. You just have to stop denying it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is how they tell you. Let's go to Britney's close friend, whom she tongue-kissed in front of the world, sexualized as these people are, and for all the girls out there to be inspired and corrupted by. Madonna, wearing the same Masonic design as Britney. 666 hand sign, the one-eye symbolism, and the vow of silence. The vow of silence with her fellow practitioner of witchcraft. The Masonic eye in the triangle behind her, and now, the upside-down cross of Christ on her outfit. A member of the secret society who hates Jesus with a passion. As you can see here, with Lucifer, the god of...
Do you think these big figures know what they're doing? Oh, of course. Of course. I'm not saying that they're like smart people. Like the rappers are definitely dumb. They don't know that much. But they're always under the influence of a black mage. Kanye talks about Christ all day. But then during his Donda event, he has Marilyn Manson, like a black mage, there to help him with his rebirth ritual where Kanye becomes Christ and floats into the heavens and is resurrected. You seen a Freemason, right? What kind of energy did you feel close to them? Not much, because the energy is off when they're not doing shit. They're just people. When they're doing rituals, it's a different energy, but they can walk around as normal people. That's why we confuse them as just like, oh, he's just a rapper and shit. But yeah, most rappers are, they're guided by someone. They're not actually doing it themselves. Like, go watch A$AP Rocky's Was Up initiation. Yeah, he didn't do any of that himself. Someone else set that up for him.
Freemasonry, giving her oral sex. Deep despisers of Christianity. Are you wondering why yet? The sign of the devil's horns here, meaningfully placed and done with precise intent, like with all of them. And here teaching her poor children to follow in her footsteps. Truly only God knows how many young people she's perverted in her career, all orchestrated.
One of their biggest goals is to the youngest children to watch as much sex acts as possible. That's a huge thing on their agenda. Aren't they doing that right now? Like, how many kids watch sexualized content? It's like parents don't do anything. They're so pathetic, right? If all these parents of today went to prison, I wouldn't even be against the government. I'd say, yeah, put them in prison. How the hell is there no protest on sexualized content? I don't even have kids and I'm grossed out.
Illustrated by Freemasonry. Here's the founder of the Church of Satan again, Anton LaVey, showing the horn sign. The horned god of the witches, as illustrated by Una Woodruff in her book Witches. And here, with a member of the Agora sect of Hinduism, partaking in a ritual of the oldest religion of the world. She's drinking...
By the way, that horn symbolism comes from the crescent moon that they invert, right? It's a feminine worship. Why? Because the universe that we see and the nature, like Mother Nature, is the womb of God. It's the feminine side of God. And the masculine side of God is the will. So the sunlight that grows everything, that's spewing, the ejaculate, kind of like sunlight. Not to make it sound disgusting, but the will of God is masculine and orderly, and nature is chaotic. Why is nature chaotic? Because it's the feminine, right? It's the difference. Everything, even in Hermeticism, they teach everything is divided into, even mental A human's mental is divided into masculine and feminine, where it'll have a dot, like in yin and yang, of both. It'll have a dot, but majority of your brain is either orderly or chaotic, like a woman. And apparently when you make Mother Nature your God, you make the feminine your God, right? And when you make the feminine your God, that's when you become very, very devilish.
Drinking blood heat from what? A human skull. Sound familiar? That's right. That's what all the high-level free...
John, you're so sensitive. Sexual content is better than gore. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Masons do, except they use wine, until they themselves are invited into the secret religion. It's ritualistically done to gain magical abilities, not a myth. And look at a hand sign. It's also known as the El Diablo. Do you still think this hand sign is a joke, or it's misunderstood, or misrepresented by people like me? Look at the cover of Anton's other book called Satan Speaks. Look at the eye. He has one eye emphasized. Can you see? What about the image of Lucifer in the Satanic Temple? Look at the right eye. It's darkened. You ready for this? From the Bible. And this passage is thousands of years old. Woe to the worthless shepherd. His right arm shall be completely withered, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Where do you think this hatred for Jesus comes from? Do you think it's because we've...
By the way, you want to know how I'm in heaven on earth, dude? I made a secret Discord of just people who are into this stuff, and I kicked out everyone who posted bad clips, so it's only the really strong content. And every morning I scroll that Discord, and it's like organized heaven on earth, dude. It's like, imagine having your mind blown every day, every single day. And I'm like, I've never used my influence for something I want to do like that. That is the best thing I've ever done with my community. I thought I was going to fill it up, but I like it small, and it's so good, dude. But it is traumatizing too. Like, it's not sensitive content. Yeah, Inky, I might get you in there. It's called Rabbit Hole, and the only way I initiate people into the server is if they send me such good conspiracy content that I save it. If I save it, I immediately add someone. So I had like a fucking 100 people send me dog shit content, and I just like ignored 100 people. Like, it was like, fuck is this shit? But there were a couple dudes who blew my mind, and they showed me some stuff, so I added some randoms.
Outgrown it? Or because it speaks the truth? Who do you think this worthless shepherd with one eye darkened is? And who said, I am the good shepherd? Who said that? Jesus Christ is the good shepherd, not the worthless shepherd with one eye. You think this is all just a coincidence? Just hang tight a little longer and you will see some wonder.
Yeah, no, I had one dude try and pay me money to join because he's like, I've sent you everything, but you've seen every single video. I'm like, dude, you can just try harder. You can get it. That server is my dream. It's not even my server. It's Dead Hex's server, but he doesn't add people, so don't ask him. But yeah, so I can't even get in trouble. But that server is like, dude. Oh, I can't wait, man. I can't wait. Because it's like what Alex Jones' server should be. I don't even try and build it. I just use it for my own gratification and shit.
He's Anton LaVey with Freemason Marilyn Manson, and he's Marilyn covering his eye. In case you forgot that this is the Eye Freemasonry, the international religion they all belong to. Here he is, giving the sign of the Master of the Second Veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry, along with his Masonic ring. You know how many presidents and journalists and common men have tried to expose Freemasonry? Or get it shut down, get it banned? Well, those days are long gone. Marilyn Manson, the Freemason who tears the Bible into pieces on stage during his performances, he captured the fundamental purpose of Freemasonry's existence very well when he said in an interview with Spin Magazine.
No, you're not going to see Masonry with streamers, YouTubers, or even Hollywood people. Where you see it is when someone hops on the algorithm. So if a Inglorious, what's that director's name? Who's the guy from Inglorious? Damn it. Tarantino. Yeah. If you see an actor hop on a Tarantino movie, Scorsese movie, whatever these big names are, right? When you see an actor hop on multiple movies that are algorithm, the front page of Netflix or Hollywood, that's when they're usually initiated. It's not when they're like just making millions of dollars. It's like when they're Brad Pitt level.
In 1996. Hopefully I'll be remembered as the person who brought an end to Christianity, echoing the dreams of grandeur, just like his spiritual father. Now Kesha, one-eye symbolism of Freemasonry, the eye in the triangle, and the sign of silence, so she's a member. Needs to get any more obvious?
This gets a little lame. It gets better here. I don't know what happened here. Let's get to
245 in a chapter called Holy Satan. It is Satan who was the god of our planet and the only god. Then the article goes on to say that the Baileys sought to elicit a deeper understanding of the sacrifice made by Lucifer. Everything has been reversed. Evil is good, Jesus is the enemy, and Lucifer sacrificed himself for you, not Jesus Christ, the one who washed the feet of his disciples and the only one they fear. Modern progressive atheists do not influence world events, people. Satanists do. Remember the goal of the Lucis Trust? The fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. Yeah, the divine plan.
I used to think, what the hell? Why wouldn't someone just leak? Dude, in their initiation, you open a basket and there's a human bloody head in it. And then they look at you like, I dare you to leak. Like, there's a fresh head in the basket. And they look at you like, let's see if you're going to leak our cult. They poke you with a giant sword when you're being initiated, and they say, you know what happens if you talk. Why would their morals and their dogma, why would it be a secret unless they're horrible morals, right? Their system of morality.
Exposed by Jesus Christ in the Gospels, hence their war on the Bible and the abolition of it from the school system, and even from modern Christian churches who dare not preach from the book of Revelation. Your most highly evolved and contemporary leaders of society secretly believe that in the theosophical perspective, the descent of the solar angels was not a fall into sin or disgrace, but rather an act of great sacrifice. They believe in the fallen angels and their revolt against God as revealed in the Bible, led by the devil, the chief commander of Freemason Bob Dylan, remember? These people make contact with these fallen angels, with the royal art of Freemasonry called witchcraft. Please stick around, let me show you that. How many
people are like, John, how can you believe in spell circles? Do you know where they get that sacred geometry from? The paths of the stars and the planets. That's where they get their spell circles from. They're fallen stars. When the star's falling, the point is down, as in a pentagram. The Eastern Star. Like, they don't make up spell circles in a drawing book.
Solar angels, does the Bible say, followed Lucifer out of his heavenly realm? A third of the angels makes 33%. Does that number sound familiar yet? 33 degrees of Freemasonry. Just a coincidence? From the Gospels again, which expose these people every time. Do not let anyone who delights in false humility and the worship of angels, and who has access to some visionary world, beguile you, trick you of your reward. You still don't believe that the false humility of the charitable fraternity of the Freemasons is behind it all? Well, Blavatsky also published a magazine called Lucifer.
I thought you didn't believe in planets. Well, planets are wandering stars, right? So I'm not talking about a fucking gas giant, bro. Like,
with a woman named Annie Besant. And here's a letter written by Annie herself with the official Masonic letterhead. And here Annie signs off as a 33rd degree Freemason. Printed also on the left-hand corner, Annie Besant, 33rd degree, and a member of the Supreme Council. Undeniable and undisputable plea.
Do you know how hard it is to be 33? Because at 32, you're maxed out. They don't allow anyone to go higher unless they show true application of energy manipulation, and it's light and sound that they want you to manipulate. It's not like shooting lightning from your hands, right? It's not like that kind of magic. It's light and sound, which makes up everything in the world, right? And where these Masons get secret numbers like 3 that turns into 7 as their magic numbers that are in the Bible as well and in holy books, they get them from studying reality. 3 is the color of the rainbow that splits into 7 when the shades melt, when the hues melt together. That's where they get everything from. That they're studying God's design of reality, and they're breaking down his design and trying to reconstruct it in their own way, and they're failing miserably, though.
Please don't make me prove it to you over and over. Have you caught a glimpse of who you're dealing with yet? They're all Freemasons, high ranking.
Because what these people don't like to hear, like they would start crying if they heard me, right? What these people ignore, these demonic people, is they need human souls for their rituals. And humans need these spirits for the rituals. But God doesn't need us. So just ask yourself, if you want to work with the devil, he needs you, dude. God doesn't need you. Do you understand how weak the devil is? Like, he needs you to cooperate with him. God doesn't need you to cooperate. He thinks you should. He thinks you should find the right path. Wait, so do you believe in God? Obviously, what the fuck? This topic wouldn't even be interesting if God didn't exist. Why would I even look into this topic? What the fuck? By the way, how can you be an adult and not believe in God? That's cope. God is everything good in the world. Did you know 99% of evil in the world is not even things you're born with? It's humans doing bad onto other humans. Like, most things you're angry about in the world has nothing to do with God.
King. And they're all buffeted by a plethora of Masonic dupes who don't know any of this because they can't decipher the symbols and they don't care to try. They're proud and boastful and defensive of their beloved fraternity in which...
Where does cancer come from? Well, ask yourself, has cancer been cured by humans?
Tuxedo Dolphin donated $5. John, I sent the link on Discord.
Listen,
you won't
you're
be able
convinced,
to sleep after watching.
You're convinced that men are supposed to bald at the age of 21, have gyno, get fat, be lethargic, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. The ruling class makes you live like this. Okay? Humans are not supposed to die at 80 years old. That's not true. There's recordings of people living to 250, bro. And it's not like a conspiracy. Like, even the ruling class is like, yeah, that guy lived that long, bro. There's a lot of recordings throughout history of humans living a lot longer. Like 150 minimum. Yeah, Google it. That's not even conspiracy. Yeah, there's humans who have lived to 180, dude. You think you're supposed to live in an inflammatory state where you're always digesting food that's not even supposed to be in your stomach? No, you're being subverted by the ruling class. Book of Enoch, yeah, I'm getting through it right now. Why did the queen die so young? What makes you think that was the queen's age? Because Wikipedia said so? Wikipedia says that her fucking son's not a pedo. The fuck? Dude, Wikipedia says nothing happens to the human body if the human drinks human blood. What do you mean nothing happens? How is it the one time science freezes is for that? Like, for rats, it has a completely insane effect when rats drink young rat blood or when they're injected by it. But for humans, nothing happens? Why does Wikipedia say that? What does happen? Yeah, drinking young blood rejuvenates the older male or female. That's why they have those blood transfusion clinics.
They get to rub shoulders with the most important people of the suburbs, cities and towns. and in which they got on their knees to take blood oaths of death, calling other old decapitated men worshipful master. Yet still they think it's innocent and there's nothing to hide. Delusional and lost, almost beyond hope. Some of them still think it's a Christian organization.
Like, you know, you're not taught this in school, but when you're digesting food all day, you're circulating feces in your bloodstream. You're meant to be fasting. Like, that's what you're designed to do. You're not designed to circulate feces in your blood.
Just like the founder of the Satanic Church described. What do you get when you carefully conceal Satanism with Christianity?
Toxins.
You get Freemasonry. People, Satanism is at the core of our world, and it is behind the new order that will be implemented soon enough. It will be all done through deception. You'll be tricked. Remember how I told you that the all-seeing eye sees that we're in hell? Well, the massive witch and Freemason Helena says so right here. Satan is the minister of God, Lord of the seven mansions of Hades, the angel of the manifest worlds.
Notice how it says 7 mansions, and they would talk about 7 planets, with Saturn being the highest for heaven before the throne of God. To flat earthers, it really makes sense. Now look, dude, Saturn worship is their worship of that hell frequency.
Hades means hell, manifest worlds means earth. This is who you're dealing with. This is the religion and the beliefs of the rich, powerful, and famous. And yes, politicians. Do you want to go back to...
Can you drink your own blood? Why would a 70-year-old man drink his own 70-year-old blood when he could have youthful, adrenaline-filled young blood? Like adrenaline, the thing that can make someone pick up a car. The thing that can make you superhuman. The thing that can make you do superhuman things. The life force. The electrical light in the bloodstream.
To sleep? You can sleep after this? But wait till I show you what they're going to do to you, coming up in this many minutes. For those who simply refuse to believe that Bono or Scott Morrison or Prince can be Luciferians because they all go to church, let me show you another Masonic ritual they do. And this is before Satanism or Luciferianism is revealed to the candidate. And then you tell me if Bono or Scott are capable of secretly believing in Lucifer. It all starts here with a Masonic apron. Different kinds signifying different grades. Have you guessed what's hiding it? The genitals. Pretty obvious. Like everything else they hide, once you can see. The genitals are the true working tools of a Mason. Freemasonry is foundationally a sex cult, like Satanism, because it all starts with sex, doesn't it? Life itself starts with sex. So the mystical force of the true God of Freemasonry hides in the hidden part of the human body. That's the Holy of Holies, covered by the Masonic apron, the seat of God, the seat of Lucifer. See here with Satan's King Diamond's artwork? The eye is attached to the horn god, but look at where the eye starts, from the waist down. That's where the apron of a Mason begins. And the one eye of Freemasonry is also the one eye of the penis, where life generates and springs forth. See the openly hidden secret of the Masonic square and compass now? You're looking at the sex act. That's the female in missionary position, and that's the male mounting her. The sex act. And the eye in the middle, with these emanating rays, is the orgasm and the ejaculation of the penis. See life shooting forth. That's how they see the sun and the earth too. The sun is the visible penis of their true God, shooting forth life continually. The light itself is the mystical sperm of the God of this world. The sun and penis generate life, while the earth and female womb produce life. The letter G, when replacing the I in the middle of the square and compass, stands for generation, sexual generation. The practical aspect of Freemasonry and Satanism's religion is that of a sex cult. You see Rod Stewart telling you he's a Freemason? By displaying the hidden-handed free.
But the G is also sacred geometry, they say, right? Or grand architect. Nah, it would be a generative sex magic. That makes sense. Because through your sex organs, you can make a family, or you can communicate with devils.
Freemasonry, also known as the Master of the Second Veil, and look at his other hand, taking the Masonic apron's place for covering his penis, which is the Holy of Holies, the seat of God for the Mason. And from the Grand Pontiff of Freemasonry, Albert Pike.
Why do people give in to that shit, though? You do it every day. When you lie, cheat, and steal, you're giving in to the same impulse as these guys who communicate with spirits. It's just you're doing it without knowing. Like, their level of desperation is a lot higher.
Hence the significancy of the phallus, the penis, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk. Straight from the horse's mouth, the erect penis graces us, or should I say disgraces us, with its presence in every country.
Dude, the ruling class got humanity to believe it's just sex, bro. You're just rubbing organs with someone else. That's it? Well, it's just chemicals, bro. You're just shooting nut. Yeah, but that nut can get someone pregnant. Like, isn't there a life force to it? Nah, bro, it's just nut. And we all think that, like, Destiny and everyone's like, yeah, it's just nut. It's just fun. We're just having fun. Listen, dude, I know I'm throwing myself under the bus by saying this, but I genuinely think 90% of sex is rape. 90% of casual sex is rape. I genuinely believe that. And I'm throwing everyone in this chat under the bus, but I'm telling you, if you're not in love with your wife, someone is getting fucked up in that relationship. That someone is not fully aware of what's going on. Something is really wrong there. You know what I mean? Like, it is very, I mean, it doesn't feel like that until what, years later, where she's like thinking, man, why did I fuck that dude? I didn't want to do that. I just did it to, you know, he was a popular guy and blah, blah, blah. And but if you really think about it, dude, the social pressures are making her fuck you, and the social pressures of you not being a loser is making you fuck her. But there's no real reason for you guys to fuck each other at all. Like, what is the real reason you guys are engaging in hookup culture? If there were no mainstream pressures for hookup culture, it wouldn't be this degenerate. It would be more selective. But when you're a child watching MTV, all you can think about is tits and ass. You're done. You're cooked. It's over. You know what I mean? That's why if you're fucking a girl and the world would end if she got pregnant, you're fucking the wrong girl and you're engaging in rape of yourself and her. You're raping your mind, really. You're using your penis to traumatize yourself. Because if she gets pregnant and you don't like her, whatever happens to the kid is your mind is cooked. It's over. That's it.
Country in the world, marking its territory, the Masonic obelisk in our face, everywhere, making its bold statement, yelling, screaming in silence. This is another reason why.
John, how do we rewire our brains? You can't. It's over. You've been watching this kind of programming since you were 8 years old. It's over. There's nothing you can do. Nothing. You could do everything correct and you'll always be a pervert. That's how deep it goes. I know it's black pilling, but I don't really give a fuck, bro. I'd rather tell the truth. You're fucked.
While we consider the ignorant and stupid masses, another example of hidden in plain sight. And here's an erect penis on the front page of the female Freemasonry magazine, The Eastern Star. I once stood in front of this obelisk in Sydney and I must have asked 30 people what they thought it was. Not a single one of them knew. To the Freemasons of the high degrees, the whole universe is in...
Yeah, you are doomed because there's only like 1% of the population that can put their sexual energy into their craft or career. Everyone else is a pervert. And those guys who put it into their career, they go to the top of their industry. Like, they do very well. But very few people are putting away their sexual desires into their career. Like, who the fuck is going to sublimate like that? Nobody, dude. I don't care how base you are. If you grew up in the 90s, you're so fucked. 80s, you're so fucked. Ever since the sexual revolution, you are extremely fucked. 50s, 40s was a little better, you know. I think the peak for humanity was 1900s. Before the World War, actually. Let's go to 1800s. I think that was the peak of human morality.
In fact, one giant and continuous sex act. This is the structure of Freemasonry. You can take this path to the top or this path. And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from. That's the Mystic Shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order.
I agree. You know, the Royal Order of Jesters. Do you know why they're called this? Because they were the ones to first kill kings. The Masons were the first ones to say, hey, we're the jesters, and the jester is tired of making the king laugh, so he cuts the king's head off in his sleep. Now they are the kings. That's why the royal family is not British. The Windsor family is German. Their name is like, what's their last name? Yeah, that's where that Joker meme comes from, dude. It's these guys. Where do you think the Joker comes from?
Order of Jesters. See, Freemasonry is like Russian dolls, and Satanism is at its center. Look at some of the pins and lapel designs for the Order of the Jesters. You can only join them unless you're at least a 32nd degree Freemason. Sex and debauchery.
Look at that.
Erections.
It's always
The
sex.
adoration of the phallus.
Phallus,
Masturbation.
phallus, phallus. Evil
Devils.
sex symbols.
Demons. Fallen angels. This one here, mocking holiness. Reference to the anus. And sodomy. Anything to
And the
mock the Bible.
dirtier the
This
sex,
disgusting one has King
the
Minos
more
sitting on the
powerful
female's
they
face.
say.
And hidden in plain sight is the square
Crazy.
and the compass. For those who have eyes to see.
Yeah,
Bestiality. Yes, indeed.
that's what they
This backbite
that's what they
player
have in their
has erection,
lodges,
And the sheep is running away.
where they rape animals,
Self-explanatory.
sheeps and stuff.
This one, this character has an emphasized eye, if you can see that, and the skull has an emphasized eye also. The wink and the one eye of the Indian. And the secrecy. The symbols of secrecy. On the far right here.
Sex is
monkey
not
faces
evil.
on the
Sex means
symbolizing
you feel
the
love.
Masonic apron, and the black and white
What the
dogs, well, they
fuck?
symbolize the checkered floorboard of the Masonic Lodge, which is sexualized male and female.
Dude, I'ma go this far. 99.9% of sex on Earth is done with someone you don't love. That's how far I'll take it, dude. I'm telling you, when you think the world is degenerate, you have not seen the underbelly. It's way worse.
Our principles. The horned god, where evil and good don't exist. And in the first degree, Masons are given a Bible stamped with the square and compass, oblivious to the inherent mockery and the foundation of the whole fraternity, as alluded to.
Actually,
with a
here's
genuine
something that's
royal
going to
order of
blow your
justice, private
mind.
lapel. This is a certificate that a jester receives.
Here's something that's going to blow your mind. Most men on Earth, if they could get away with rape, they would do it. I guarantee you, most men on Earth, if they can turn invisible, they would be rapists. I'm saying most. M-O-S-T. That's how fucked up the world is. The only people who wouldn't do it is people who believe they're being watched by God. So not even priests, because priests don't give a fuck. They're rapists, right? The only people who would not rape are people who are like, I'm still being watched. Like those people who genuinely feel watched. Those are the only good people on Earth. And you're like, why? Because they feel watched. They're not actually doing it to be good people. No, sometimes they are doing it to be good people, but they have a second barrier of armor, which is God. Right? Humans without God, they are disgusting. They always degenerates. They're always disgusting animals.
After his initiation, and you see here their patron is named King
I'm
Minos,
telling you.
and he was a god, or a daemon, which is a variant of the word.
Dude, when I didn't have God and I'd get into a street fight, if the guy who I'm fighting, if his knee touched the ground, I would still bombard his temple with my knuckles until both of his knees are on the ground, like he's literally worshiping me, and I would keep bombarding his temples until he's flattened on the ground, and I'd keep hitting him. When I accepted God, boom, hit him across the face, one of his knees would touch the ground and the fight would be over. I'd say go away, and I'd close the ropes, and my buddies would be like, yo, don't fight him. But before I had God, when I would write Lucifer and caption myself as Lucifer on my Snapchat stories, and it would be me fighting someone, and I would always call him, because some bitch called me Satan, so I'm like, yeah, I guess I am Satan. But memeing that you're Satan actually makes you Satan, dude. It makes you fucked up, right? And all my buddies are like, dude, you changed. Like, you used to be very violent. I'm like, yeah, I did. But imagine if I didn't come to God, would I be fucking... Dude, if I never came to God, one dude could push me and I would break his teeth. And then coming to God, if a dude pushes me, I go back off. You know, it's not a big deal. You become, yeah, Inky, you're so right. You become exactly who you pretend to be. That's exactly the truth. There is no memeing when Satan is calling you. Yeah, that shit's done. Like, think about it. Crazy Slick was memeing the whole time he was touching an unconscious woman. But was he memeing? Like, be careful what you think is funny, dude. Because what you think is funny is actually satanic as hell, my dude. Some of you guys will never know until it's too late. And you know, most people who talk about God, they spend their whole lives talking about how forgiving he is. I disagree. I don't follow God if he's forgiving. That's not my God. My God does not forgive. My God makes people like Epstein burn in hell. I'm telling you, I would not believe in God if I thought he's this fucking hippie that you all think he is. That's fucking pathetic.
Word, demon, who was expelled from heaven, as the legend goes, sounds just like Lucifer, because it is. Did Freemasonry disassociate themselves from the tax-exempt branch of Freemasonry?
You know why this subject interests you guys more than the average population? Because the average population finds out Epstein rapes children on an island. They go to a case with Ghislaine that they don't put on TV like they did the Jack Sparrow case. And they don't care. People just go back to watching NFL. No one on earth cares. No human on earth cares about children. It doesn't even interest them. They want to change channels. You think Ghislaine's fucking case? Where are Ghislaine Maxwell's clients? How come we don't know about them? Because nobody gives a fuck. There's no protest. There's nothing.
Freemasonry knows the jesters? Well, no, they didn't. Because, I mean, this is rare footage of an event within the lodge. And I'm sorry about the quality of this, but this is a Masonic lodge. So for Masons that want to say that the jesters are contrary to Masonry, well, look. Look at these dirty old men. Masters of the lodge, with sublime morals. All married, probably all have daughters and granddaughters, yet still this, inside the lodge. But for you, it should be...
People who laugh and say, John, how can Beyonce and Jay-Z be in on it? Dude, that's Beyonce's chair dance. How do you not see? That's the exact same dance. Bar for bar, step for step. She got her dance from this ritual. From this fucking lady. And those old men right there, those are high-level perverts who print money. That means they're not rich. They can print as much as they want. You know, Epstein never sold anything. He never made $1. He was just given that power position because of the family he was in. And what's crazy about these guys is for their rituals, they'll use a woman, but they don't enjoy it. They enjoy little children. Isn't that weird that these guys are not actually horny with this lady? And think of what horny means. Like, think about it.
As you can see, the square and compass, the sex act, and the all-seeing eye, right in the middle. I told you that Satanism was the oldest religion in the world, and it is. The sex act was ritualized and organized as a religion before we called it Satanism. But Satan has always been the god, the horny god, the horned god of these sex cults. All of them, from Sumeria to Egypt to Greece and so on. That's called paganism. And the real Bible of the Freemasons and the pagans, the one not written by hand, the one that's older than any book, the one that supersedes all the rest in age, thus making it the purest and most unadulterated word of God in the eyes of the Freemasons, is nature. And nature is their Bible. And before you think there's nothing wrong with that, wait a second, because you're not thinking.
This guy's actually great.
Ask a Mason whether he be a first degree or a 33rd degree. What is Freemasonry? And the universal go-to answer is this: a peculiar system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by
Look how fucking stupid this is. A peculiar system of morality veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. Why would your morality ever be veiled unless you enjoy raping and killing people? And number two, that's not even the definition of Freemasonry. There's 40 plus pages in every single book they have that talk about Masonry being a religion. Why don't they ever just... Why are they so afraid to admit that on the mainstream? I don't get it.
Symbols. Now, why would you need to veil your morals? Because in their peculiar system, evil is good and good is evil. That's Satanism 101. A peculiar system of morals. That should tell you something. That should tell you everything. Well,
that's the weird thing is people are like, John, well, how do you know the characteristics of God? It's anything that's good. Yes, playing with feces during sex is against God. It's the lowest form. That is just a fact. I'm sorry, dude. Okay? Getting pissed on during sex is not a kink. It's a satanic practice. I'm sorry, dude. And it's not like, well, how would we know this, John? There are truths within themselves. Just, you don't even need experience. It's just, there is truths that are just, you're born with, okay? I'm sorry. It's like, dude, no one becomes an adult and thinks playing with feces is a kink. Okay? So if you eat ass, you're really into feces and tongue. That is a satanic act.
your morals need to be a secret because their deeds are in fact evil. Glorifying the laws of nature where cruelty and self-obsession are virtuous characteristics. That's nature. Nature is as cruel as she is kind. The checkered floorboard, where everything's legal.
So how can humans combat this Freemasonry? You can't, because just like end times, just like giving birth, the contractions become more frequent, more aggressive as the rebirth or birth is happening, right? Yeah, it's going to get worse and worse for us. I mean, the only human battling this agenda is the Italian president, God bless her soul.
Christianity that lives in reverse. The first shall be last. Love your enemies. The meek shall inherit the earth. These are unholy and unnatural concepts in the eyes of visible nature.
By the way, any woman that's had her ass ate, what she has told you without her realizing is her boyfriend kissed her on the mouth after he ate her dirty asshole. That's what she told you. And she's going to cope and say, well, he washed and blah, blah, I washed. And she's going to cope. But remember how far this girl has degenerated for society, right? Because society told her it's trending. John, explain why the elite are very rich and don't see race and skin color, but normal society does. That's wrong, right? The elites do see race and skin color. Actually, it's the only thing they do see, right? They even divide themselves into Gentiles, etc. I mean, they're obsessed with bloodlines, right? Freemasonry is a white thing. Make no mistake about it. There's black and female lodges, but it's a white man's game. That's what it literally says. You only can be at the top if you're a white man.
The nature of Freemasonry, which is Satanism. What the Freemasons really mean by this morality veiled in allegory is that they're allowed to steal because nature allows it. They're allowed to kill because nature allows it. They're allowed to commit adultery.
Something people don't understand is during Rome, there were no racism during Rome. Like, it's very well documented that there were all sorts of skin colors who were wealthy, right? So it's just, history went back and forth on the racism thing. It would go up, it would go down, but the way we're taught history is that it was always one way, but it would actually go back and forth. Yeah.
Because nature isn't monogamous. They're allowed to lie, indulge in all their God-given senses, especially sexual, because nature encourages it, as long as no one finds out, under oath. Jesus said, narrow is the road that leads to life and broad is the road that leads to destruction. The Freemason of the century says, no true Mason can be narrow, for his lodge is the divine expression of all broadness. Because broad are the divine laws of nature. While they glorify those laws, Christianity breaks those laws. It becomes supernatural, because only then can you love your enemy. And so it goes that Christianity is despised by Freemasonry, the real Freemasons, because their Bible is nature. And by nature, they know the personality traits of their God, Satan. Because he's the God of this world, just as the Freemasons, the enemies of mankind.
What if you mixed ancestry? They usually don't mix bloodline because of royalty. So even during World War II, royal families would marry other royal families, right? So they can keep their wealth guarded. It was more for wealth, if anything. John, do you think racism will end in the future, or it'll get worse? Because that dialectic of forcing diversity actually causes more friction, right? Forced diversity causes a lot more friction between races. That's why race relations have gotten worse between black and white people in the US over time when they're supposed to be getting better, right? That's why the BLM stuff and the riots, it's getting worse over time. And really, the only way they want to bring everyone into this slave class of like, hey, everyone could just be mixed with every single race and blah, blah, blah. Why they want to do that and how they're going to do it is through friction, right? They need... Why everyone gave up all their freedoms during World War II is because of how much friction there was in the world. The more deaths, the more people give up their freedoms. Just like 9/11 and etc. Did you copy Nick Fuentes' take? No, Nick Fuentes doesn't believe in race mixing for a million reasons. I don't mind race mixing. I don't give a fuck. I mind forced diversity, right? If you force humans to be diverse, it doesn't work. They're supposed to naturally choose, hey, I want to live in this neighborhood, that neighborhood. They're not supposed to be like Joe Biden, open the borders to everyone and see how everyone just gets along. Okay, if that worked, how come no other country on earth has done that? Like, there's a reason no country does it. And I'm a refugee talking, so I'm supposed to be on the other team, but I understand how the world works. Like, I'm not a baby about it. It comes down to freedom of association, right? And I talked about this way before Nick Fuentes even had a channel. Go look at my first appearance on my Rod show. It was 3 years ago. Yeah. When you look at humanity on an individual level, they're not very racist. But at a community level, humans are extremely racist. So think of neighborhoods that are segregated, neighborhoods that are different colors versus one dude with a white dude and a black dude. A white dude and a black dude can be best friends and make millions of dollars together. But those neighborhoods, for some reason, have a ton of trouble getting along. So at the community, when it becomes a hive mind, humans have a lot of trouble. And I really don't think they do. I think it is programming, that they're taught by mainstream media to hate each other. I really don't think if humans are left to their own vices, it gets that bad. And they point in history and say, well, look at this. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like right now, if the mainstream media let go of its obsession with race, I don't think there'd be as much trouble on the streets. You know what I mean? So do you say if we follow the money, you'll be sucked in their satanic religion? No. If you're a good person, you're walking with God. You know, you can be an atheist and still walk with God. I know many atheists who don't even litter. Their actions feel like they're being watched. So if your actions are with God, you will be rewarded. It's not like, hey, I prayed, but I ignored that girl getting raped, so therefore I'm going to heaven. No, you're going to hell. What the fuck? At the end of the day, you're being judged on your will. You're not being judged on what the fuck your tradition told you to do. I don't understand racism, honestly. Why can't people understand the matters of the heart? Well, racism is the ideology of a godless man, right? I'm not talking about tribalism, because we're all tribal like that. I'm talking about like hating someone because of their race has something to do with you're lacking vision of soul. Like, you're not seeing soul. And I'm not saying that to be a hippie or some lefty, because lefties don't see souls, right? But even the highest level Masons would work with different colored, high, powerful men if they were great at their craft. So even evil can get along, right? But I'm saying our side is soul driven. Their side is spirit driven. And the difference is the spirit is like the infinite ocean of God that we pull that sometimes our inspiration draws from that, but really it's connected to our fuego, our soul, right? We have to work with souls, our soul, right? And then we're rewarded with spirit. But they work the opposite way around. They want to work with spirit because they don't have souls left. They're very degenerate. And the spirit doesn't connect to them because they have no soul left. So really, they borrow from fallen stars, right? From dark, evil, satanic spirits, right? Evil intentions, fallen spirits, fallen angels. Okay, but you said they can't see souls, but explain why Arab countries are the most racist people on earth. I think you're talking about Saudi, right? I don't think they are. Really, the most racist place on earth would be, let me think. It would have to be somewhere in Asia. Because I've traveled the world and I've seen a lot of shit. A lot of Asian places are the most, how you say, treating other people like animals. Like they get very racist. A lot of Arabs are terrified of looking like bad hosts or weak hospitality. But in a lot of Asian nations, they don't care. They're just like, dude, you're black. We don't care about you. Dude, in a lot of places that I like some of these places, but goddamn, do they hate black people? Like, oh my God. If you go travel in Asia, bring your black friend, or I brought my brown friend. It is wild. It is like, dude, that's too much. America's racist? Yeah, okay, bro.
Say that he is. And just like Jesus said he was too. So they believe that Jesus is evil because he denies human nature and burdens us with the knowledge of sin. Observable nature, that's what guides the Masons' ethics and the Masons' morals. That's why they're called free Masons. Believe you me, because they're free from moral obligations, free from sin, from guilt. They're free from...
Your Muslim followers are going to cry when you go to the moon cults. And no, they're not, because following Islam and the order, pro-family it teaches, is good, meaning God loves it. That's why black magicians that are Arabs, they go against that order. It's not like a black magician is reading the Quran. He's spitting on the Quran. We've seen it on YouTube. So it's like, at the end of the day, obviously these videos debunk Islam, they debunk Catholicism, they debunk all these as being puppets of Masonry. But at the end of the day, a good person's a good person. So it's like, I'm not going to go to my grandfather and be like, hey, let go of the Quran. No, it made him a better person. So it got him closer to God, right? But now if he was doing some satanic shit with the Quran and he was like lighting it on fire and all that fucking voodoo magic stuff, then I'd be like, okay. But again, when you look at attacks on God, it's always attack on family, order, and morality. It's never actually reading a holy book and saying, yeah, the Masons made this book. No, it's not. So it's like, I don't really think people would cry when their religions are getting debunked. Muslims are really dogmatic. Actually, that's the one thing I critique Muslims the most on growing up, and it turns out they were correct. You're supposed to be dogmatic. Like, look what happened to Christianity. You know what I mean? Turns out Muslims were correct. Like, that's how you guard a religion. They did the best so far.
From Jesus Christ. These people are introducing this new system of the world, this new age. You're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Mark my words. Because you have no rights in the eyes of nature, which is the Bible of Freemasonry and Satanism. And soon that will become painfully plain as a fact of life. Now please, I'll give you fair warning of what's to come in this presentation. It's very disturbing, or at least it should be. The cause to celebrate follows the disgusting things you're about to see. This is precisely where my own life and well-being come into danger. So let me say this right now. If you hear of my sudden death, or of my possession of 0.5 kilogram of cocaine or child porn, or my overdose, or my suicide, remember this video. And if something so unfortunate should happen to me, may it serve as a catapult to you, and as a remembrance of the conclusion to this presentation, which is this many minutes away. Do I really think they're going to make me pay for this video, for breaking my oaths? Well, seeing as people are so far gone, lost in the illusion that secret societies have constructed around you and inside you, and seeing as they can simply pull this video down, close my account and whatnot, no, I don't think they'll come after me. But if they do, let me say this to the Grand Lodge that orders my demise right now. Jesus wins. So in saying all that, here we go. Is Scott Morrison a Satanist? I'll let you answer that. Here is a ritual that Scott and every Freemason from this guy to this girl have performed. There is one Masonic apron you'll never see being worn. This one.
Ooh.
When I bumped into it, I thought it was a fake. Until I found this. In Richardson's Mode to Freemasonry. Official Masonic literature. Written for Masons only. On this page. What is that head doing there? You'll find out in a sec. Let's read the description of the apron worn in this degree. Speaking of the initiates, it states, they wear white aprons sprinkled with blood red and lined and bordered with black. On the flap of the apron, a bloody arm holding a dagger, and on the apron, a bloody arm holding a bloody head by the hair. Now this is why there's an illustration of a decapitated head, and this is going to come to a bone-chilling conclusion. So during this ritual, the candidate removes the blindfold and discovers a basin of water with a tumbler beside it. He's also astonished to find a human head lying on the floor. The master of ceremonies returns and directs the candidate to take up the knife in his right hand and the head in his left. Yes, this pope, this rock star, this pop star, this actor, this actress, and this beloved prime minister. This is what they've done. All of them, hands down. And you thought all you needed to be is talented to succeed? No, you need to belong to the secret society called Freemasonry. And believe me, when you belong to them, you belong to them.
You know why this stuff's so easy to believe? I remember after street fights being exhilarated in this feeling of, I can do the most harm to another person, and it's the only thing I want. So I'd sit at a pizza shop after a street fight, and I'd be like, I should have hit him harder. But I won the fight. Right? And all I'd be thinking of is, dude, I loved that feeling. Like, I loved how, you know how it hurts to hit someone in the head? Like, it hurts your hand? Every time I've knuckled someone's temple, it bounced like a sponge. It felt great. It felt like a tetherball. It never feels like a rock. You know how it feels like a rock hard skull? It feels amazing, dude. And people break their hands punching people in the head all the time. I loved it. That was my favorite thing in the world was missing a sloppy punch and it goes too high on their fucking head. And I loved fighting on the street. It was the most addictive thing in the world, right? Because in my head, I'm like, if they hit me hard in the face, my strength triples because of aggression, right? But they wouldn't touch me. I loved fighting on the street. I loved it. And I found out I was like, I don't even think I was good at it. I think I was delusional to losing. And there's something so evil about not having anywhere to go after work. Like, people would go home. I didn't have a home to go to. So my ex-girlfriend would pick me up in her piece of shit car, and she'd drive me to my fucking apartment that I couldn't even pay for. And she'd pretend like, oh, she got no questions to ask me. And in my head, I'm thinking like, I know she knows something happened tonight. She can feel something happen. And obviously she was like never going to ask. But she knew deep down I was addicted to dark arts. And when I mean dark arts, I mean like you have never fought with your brother the way you fight a dude on the street. Ever. And when I tell you, like, every street fight I had was my best fight. You know how people have those dreams where they can't throw a punch? I had the opposite happen to me, where every single street fight I had, my punches were, it's like someone else was throwing them. That was not me, dude. And the only difference was I hated God. I fucking hated God. Always knew he existed, right? But I hated him. I hated my life, and I would enjoy my life, but deep down, you know, you can enjoy a life that's not fulfilling. Like, you can have a fun life that's not fulfilling. There's still a hole when you're having fun, though. That's exactly how I felt. Like an unfulfilling blast of fun. That's what I was having. I can't explain that. It's it's enough fun to go like, hey, I can feel the good in the world, so give me more of that. But it's like I never got it deeper, you know? And I loved fighting people. I loved it to death. It was my religion. A dude would pick a fight with me, and I'd get so excited, and my nose would push against his nose, and he could see in my eyes, I really want this fight to happen, or my night will be ruined. And it's a surge of sexual energy. I cannot explain to you the greatest surge of sexual energy I've ever felt is before a street fight. Never a sparring match, never boxing, never Thai boxing, never martial arts, only a violent street fight or an aggressive fight where I'm the aggressor. It's a surge of sexual energy it starts off with legs and cock, immediately goes to stomach, and if the surge stays on the stomach, it would mean, I'm not talking about chakras, I'm just talking about how I felt. If the surge of energy from my cock stayed at my stomach, it meant I'm nervous and I'm going to lose the fight, but it would always swallow upwards. You know how you swallow? But it would go upwards like that, and it would rest on my shoulders and neck, where I felt like not a Tyrannosaurus Rex. What's an animal with like a very upper body build? Like one of those bulls, right? And all of that surge after the street fight would go to like my crown chakra on my face, and I'd get this high molly feeling on my face where my face is exhilarated with adrenaline and trauma, right? As in like, oh, I can't trust humans. That guy almost killed me. That guy could have kicked my head in against the curb. He could have done something. I could have fell on the curb and died. That feeling of close to death, greatest surge of energy. But every single time I ever fought, I would feel the surge stop at my arms, hands, and not chin. So I never felt like, oh, if you hit me on the chin, I'm invincible. I always felt my chin is very weak. I've never felt like, oh, I have an iron chin. Like, I don't know why people say that. Like, oh, I just don't care. No, anytime I've ever been hit, my chin would go down. I would never be like cocky or anything like that about my durability. Like, I always thought I was a pussy. Like, I can't take punishment, so just deliver it fast. But dude, when I say the surging powers of Lucifer, like that book talks about, that's why I got interested in this stuff. Is like, dude, that surging hand feeling, you ever finger someone till they come and you feel a surge between you and them? Yeah, it's nothing like that. It's 1,000 times, I'd say better. I'd say the greatest feeling ever is feeling evil. It's so addictive. Like, don't even try it, man. That shit is so addictive. Because it's kind of like you're protecting your, you know when you grow up with yourself? When you're in a street fight and you walk away after the street fight, you can only think of your 6-year-old self. You only feel your 6-year-old self echoing. Like, dude, you did that. You know? Because in my head, like, no one actually grows up. Everyone stays a kid in their head. But I'm telling you, that surge is insane. And you know that surge ruins fighters? Very few people deal with that correct. So, and I'm convinced today I wouldn't deal with the surge. I think it would spill as anxiety. But when I was active, I loved it. I loved it, dude. Yeah, it's the highest level of I'm doing the job myself. You ever say to yourself, if you want to get something done right, you got to do it yourself? That's the greatest feeling a man could have. It's like, I'm going to get this street fight done myself with no help. And yeah, it's like, yeah. It is the greatest feeling watching everyone at the club watching you whoop ass. That is the craziest feeling I've ever felt many times in a row. And I've always had my best night. I've never had a bad night in a street fight, except in group brawls where I've done bad, but I never held it against me. But if it was like a one-on-one clear as day fight, I've always felt great. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. But I hate leaking this part, but I was never confident until that stuff happened. And I hate leaking that because then people are like, I have to turn into Batman. But yeah, that's like, dude, no sparring in boxing will make you cocky. Like, dude, try beating the shit out of someone in front of your crush, best friends, and the whole cool part of town. You know, the nightclub part of town? Like, the only people who matter when you're a young man, when you're a fucking loser. Yeah, I've dealt with weapons, and but that was me. Yeah, I'm more cowardly with that stuff. I'm not as cocky. Yeah. I think there's something satanic about loving that life, dude. That's why bouncers take so many drugs and cope. Because they know they're becoming demonic. They even start bullying, cheating, lying, stealing all the time. Like, what bouncer do you know that's a good human? None. They all become corrupt. They cheat on their wives and shit. I was such a bad influence, I would convince my buddies to cheat on their girls. Like, I hated who I was. And now I'm so different because I'd run into those guys and be like, no, go home, bro, go home. And they're like, oh, Zherka's a party pooper now. But I used to really pressure people to cheat on their girls, right? I'd be like, man, fuck that bitch. And they'd be like, John, you haven't even met her. I'm like, yeah, no, fuck that bitch. Are you a good human? No, what the hell? Instinctively at 21 to 25 years old, I would convince people to cheat on their girls. That's a horrible human being, dude. Like, the nicest bouncer who's new to the game, I would corrupt them, right? I'd be like, you're a pussy if you don't go fuck. And fucking used to be like a thing I needed to do. It's really weird. I couldn't get off unless I fucked a girl and her best friend that same week. And I wouldn't get off to the fact of them finding out. I would want them to never find out. But just I know in my head. You know what I mean? It's like some weird level of evil. It's like a narcissistic evil. It wasn't like to harm. Like, I would feel bad if they ever found out. But it was for me. I was like, it's my game. Like, what the fuck is that about, bro? That's why I say, I'm like, people are like, yo, you got no skeletons in your closets. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I don't know if there's a stream. Streamers only have channels because they're fucked up people who nobody wants to watch a good person. That's why this guy's boring as fuck.
Now you tell me, can these people end up believing in Lucifer? Is that really a stretch? Carrying around a bloody head? Swearing to have your brain cooked, tongue torn out from the roots if you ever reveal anything? No, the stretch is that you think they couldn't believe in Lucifer. That's the stretch. Lucifer, the one who sets you free, remember, from sin, by sinning. Can you now see the bloody spirit of Freemasonry lurking behind the veneer of charity and the veneer of...
You know what's the freakiest thing? The scariest thing is when I met my dad for the first time in a long time after not liking him. And I never explained to him what I got up to, but he sensed it, dude. He started talking to me like I'm not his boy anymore. Like I'm his, like I'm like his brother. Like, he started talking to me like I'm a true man. And he could just sense, right? My dad would be so depressed. He'd be like, you know, son, I've never in my life smelt a man who smelt like you. How many cigarettes a night? And I'm like, Dad, I don't smoke. And he'd be like, okay, son, just be careful. It would be so fucking depressing, dude. Like, I'd be covered in... Because I could never do normal things. My buddies would have a few cigarettes and I'd smoke the whole pack. My buddies would get into a street fight and I'd fight the whole block, every single dude. My buddies would pop a Molly and I'd pop 9. My buddies would sell one drug and I'd move across town to make $8,000 in a day. That's like a 7-year prison sentence. You know, like everything I did was like that 30, 40 hour streamer mindset. And yeah. And people are like, you know, why you're intelligent is you always cut back when you knew they were getting, you know, your life was getting too chaotic. And it's true. God always said, pull back, don't sell drugs this week. And I'd be like, yeah, you're right. And then boom, all my buddies would go down. I don't know, snitch shit. I'm just saying, like, bad luck. I don't believe in luck. But I always slowed down. Don't go to that party. Boom, people are fucking, you know, getting stabbed at that party. Don't do this. Don't do... Like, there was so many times where I lucked out. I'm like, that's not luck, bro. Every fucking time. Every single time in a video game, yeah. I like you, Josh. Every single time I was hungover, something horrible would happen. You know, because I'm in bed, I'm bedridden, and I'm like, oh, I can't make it. I was like, that's lucky, dude. I'd never get hungover. It'd take me weeks to get hungover, right? I think my first stream on Twitch, and I was like just downing 151 liquor like it was water. That blows my mind that I was like that guy. I was like, that's disgusting. Oh, play the video? My bad. Yeah, so I believe in satanic forces is what I'm trying to say.
Christianity? Because Scott Morrison goes to church, apparently. The Pope is a Christian, apparently. But look at these people. So-called Christians, or Christians, gathered around a giant erect phallus in the middle.
Even in the Bible, in the Bible, it says don't have obelisks built.
The demolition of morals.
In the Bible, it says don't ever bring a tree into your house for Druidic practices or something like that. And people bring the holly tree for Christmas you know what I mean? Like, it's everything that's the opposite of the Bible Christians do. Like, why? No other religion does more opposites than Christians. Like, every time Christians have a chance to spit on their Bible, they take it. Christmas, you're not supposed to have the fucking tree in your house. You're not supposed to have any phallic symbol. It says literally in the Bible, don't do that.
Creation, hypocrisy, and the demolition of true virtue. These minds are directing the future. Now, to be fair, I don't know if these heads are real heads. I never got that far to find out. But I will tell you this. All the skulls they use they're real. All the skeletons they use they're real. And they run every single noteworthy funeral home in Australia and the world. I know that personally, and for a fact.
See, that's actually a fact. They run every funeral home. Masons, true.
Once again, you are only seeing the tip of the iceberg, because I can't bring myself to tell you about what I really know of the rituals that come up to the 33rd degree Freemasonry. For as much as they celebrate life in various grotesque ways, they also celebrate death in ritual form. Which are the things I can't speak of to you. They have to celebrate death in order to prove that they can see things through the all-seeing eye. The one that sees above evil and above good. The checkered floorboard, where things kill each other to live. Where life is cruel, where morals are broad. There is no sin. There is only nature. See, these Masonic rituals are designed to desensitize the candidate.
You know, people don't believe that humans are capable of drinking blood and doing these rituals. Dude, I've seen bouncers covered in their, the dude they fought. They'd be covered in his blood, and they'd lick it to, like, not scare the guy, but to tell everyone how psycho they're being as they're brawling in a bar. And I've seen people with adrenaline do very animalistic shit. So to me, it's not that impressive if someone drinks human blood. Like, it's not a conspiracy to me. I don't get why everything has to be a conspiracy. Like, people do that shit.
Further and further in preparation for the raw truth of Satan.
How do people not believe in a death cult, but they believe in a mafia? Like, what do you think a mafia is? Mafia is like, do as we say, or you're getting you're sleeping with the fishes, right? They literally torture. Like, the mafia is pretty identical to witchcraft and all that.
Satanism, the truth which is plainly stated by the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, Lucifer.
Yeah, they have initiations too,
and that you should doubt it not, from their own literature and from their own mouths, until finally the candidate's introduction into the royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft,
they do overlap.
the ancient craft, Why do you think that witchcraft has disappeared? It never disappeared. It was hidden.
Whoever's
Forced
not
to go
typing
die
is a
by the
Satanist.
appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Another reason why he's passionately hated. And soon, him and his ways will be done away with in this new world.
Yeah, the legend of vampires and Harry Potter and shit, why it's embedded in your psyche is because it's from the truth. It's not fiction. There was a great quote, I forgot who said it, that said, why reality is unbelievable to most humans, like why most people cannot accept the truth, is because the fiction is bounded to what you can imagine. So anything in fiction is just, it has limits. But the truth is infinite. So that's why people cannot grasp the royal family drinking blood and raping children. But everyone knows about Epstein Island, but they can't grasp it because the truth is way worse than fiction.
And so will your rights. You still don't believe me? You still doubting all the evidence, like the Freemasons are counting on you to doubt? Well, remember from the Encyclopedia of American Religion.
How old is Freemasonry? Well, it's just Gentile Kabbalah from 1776, but it actually comes from way older tradition because Kabbalah actually doesn't come from ancient Judaism. It comes from ancient Egypt and sun worship, and Egyptians learned a lot of it from Eastern mysticism and Gnostics. So that ancient India was the first, but the mastery happened in Egypt with the first civilization that mastered this stuff. That's why it's on your dollar bill. And Pythagoras was trained in Egypt, and he was like a master of this craft. And most Greek gods come from Egyptian gods. That's why they overlap big time. And that's why Hollywood's obsessed with like movies like 300 and all that Greek stuff. But it's really Egyptian, right? Yeah, and it's all fallen angel worship. It's the same exact story retold, repackaged. Yeah.
The continuing impact of speculative, modern Freemasonry provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Watch this 2-minute clip. I can vouch for every single thing you hear come from the former Masons' mouths.
In the initiation in Freemasonry, we had to be recommended by another Mason. Well, in order to join witchcraft, you have to be first screened. You have to be recommended by somebody currently in witchcraft.
Well, when I was initiated, I was blindfolded and bound by a rope, and on your bare chest was thrust the point of a spear.
In witchcraft, we were initiated through a very involved ritual, initiation ceremony, wherein the candidate was led blindfolded, bound by a rope to the edge of the magic circle.
And the rope is around your neck and you're leaned forward. And up front, at the eastern end of the building, is a person's worshipful master. And you kneel down before him as if he were a god.
You were met by the high priest or high priestess at that time, usually with a sword to your chest.
When I went to enter the lodge, a sharp object was put to my left breast. And I was warned that should I reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry, to know what to expect.
When you're presented before the high priest, a sword is held against your chest, and you actually take a blood oath, promising to remain faithful to the secrets of witchcraft.
When you are in the room, this blindfold is taken away from you, and this is the time when they say that you're coming from darkness into light.
During the initiation ceremony, the initiate is led by the lieutenant of the high priest, and is challenged at the edge of the circle by someone saying, "Who goes there?" And the answer is, "One from the world of darkness."
In Masonry, the prayers are ended with "Saluted be."
Oh, and one of the other aspects of, or distinctives of the craft was that we would always end any spell or ritual where we release the powers, where the power was released, with the word "Saluted be."
By now, this should sound like a stupid question, but why do you think that the initiation ceremonies into witchcraft are almost identical to that of Freemasonry? I'm not even going to answer that. Come on, people, wake up with me. He's calling me out a Freemason, okay? Hidden hand of Freemasonry and the one-eye symbolism of the god of her religion.
You know why these guys are kind of stupid? In order for their black magic to work, they have to believe in God and the attributes of God as being uniting and good. So it's like, why would you make a soul contract with the devil if you believe in God? And it's like, how thirsty are these people for power? Because I always thought it was a rejection of God, but it's actually like they still believe he exists at the highest levels. So I always thought it was kind of stupid. I'm like, I can believe you can reject God if you don't believe in him, But how do you believe in God and still reject? That's so stupid. That's like you're choosing not even 1% of God's power to back you up. Like, what is the devil? A fraction. This guy Scotia says nobody can prove God exists. Are you stupid? The people who print money from the Federal Reserve, they have Masonic literature, and they say atheists are dumb beasts. They call you the dumbest people in society. God has been proven through cause and effect 1 billion times over. Like, God is the only thing that can be proven without even an experiment. Like, it's just painfully obvious.
Now here she is giving the vow of silence. But what the masses fail to see is what's written on the book she's holding. Witchcraft. The royal art of Freemasonry. This is what her vow of silence is referring to in the picture. Yes, Kylie Minogue's a witch. And if you're still that deluded by the magic wand that is television, entertainment, movies, media and whatnot, then you'll no doubt fail to use the incredible eyes that God gave you, from which to see the real world with, the evil world, where Satanists are at the helm. The ban on witchcraft was only officially lifted in England in the 50s, after more than 1,500 years. So that tells you who's in control now. And when I give you a glimpse into witchcraft in a minute, you'll see why it's evil.
If they believe in God, why would they act like that knowing how it would end? Makes no sense. Well, that's the thing. They always say they're keeping up their end of the bargain. That their soul contract is for the material world, the divided world, not the united world. So their contract is just for material, just bitches and Ferraris. That's all they care about. Right? Which is crazy because all you got to do is close your eyes and run this experiment, right? I'm just knocking on wood for you, okay? Today you get a Ferrari and $10 million. But today your mother died. You see what I mean? You see how material pleasures have nothing for you compared to your soul? You understand what I'm saying? Do you understand how material is so meaningless without soul? A lot of humans would take that satanic contract.
And why should it be anything but legal, even when using it for so-called good?
How can you fight black magic when it's done to you? Yeah, the only thing is it doesn't work on John, you think sucking people's blood will make you live 250 years old? No, I didn't say that. A lot of people have done that without drinking blood. They did it through meditation and fasting. And you don't have to believe me, you fucking retard. You can just Google it. There's people who are recorded to 180. Like, it's not in mainstream news, in mainstream gazettes. They'll talk about that. Newspapers. It's not like this is not something you debate. Just Google it, you fucking retard. Yeah, I think it was a fruit heavy diet too, like some vegan ass shit I can't do. What was I saying? That guy's a fucking retard, bro. Get out of my chat. Do you know anyone who lived to 250 personally? Yes, bro. I know many people who have. Yeah. It's like my whole block, bro. All right. And I think your mom is gonna live that long. She looks great for her age. I mean, especially after I shoot cum ropes on her face. What was I saying? Lost track. I'm so tired.
Because the well they draw from is poisoned. But thanks to propaganda, the craft of the witch has been absorbed into the realm of fantasy. Justin Timberlake here was also referring to magic in this cover art, with the all-seeing eye looking through the number
I always hated this dude.
of their god. Magic. Magic is a much smoother and more acceptable word than witchcraft, that other word. That word still retains its ferocious...
John believes everything he sees online. Dude, if I went to your level of thinking, I would have to go to, yeah, Epstein Island is not real, bro. That's like fucking too much for me, bro. Like, there's a fucking altar on the island, and you're telling me they don't do any ritual? Like, give me a break, dude. It's like your buddies have been caught, and you're covering for them.
Consciousness, its true character, but that word has been sterilized. That word isn't real to you anymore. You can't feel it for what it really is. Or if you do, your mind has isolated it, confined it to some small groups of unimportance scattered here and there over this diverse world, and so it's nothing to be feared or concerned about. But that's the furthest thing from the truth. Now, some witches want to say that witchcraft isn't Satanism. That's either more delusion or misdirection, as confirmed here by Anton LaVey in the Companion to the Satanic Bible, when speaking of the followers of the Witchcraft Not Satanism school. He writes very accurately that they cannot afford to admit to an affinity with anything that bears the name Satan. He knows
Kubrick
where
video,
the power of
I
witchcraft
read
comes
that.
from. Now, does that mean that Justin Timberlake is a Satanist because of his symbolism and the use of his word alluding to witchcraft in his artwork? Well, yes, actually, that's correct. He is. Here's a quote from one of his songs. You want to see who else is in good company with these famous idols? Suzanne Atkins. Same sign, same religion, Satanism. Do they all have to admit it in the English language for you to believe me, or can the symbols they use finally be enough for you? Look at what another legendary Freemason Arthur E. Wade states. Out of evil comes good, and the confusion of tongues gave rise to the ancient practice of Masons conversing without the use of speech. Out of evil comes good, so it's good to do evil. That's what he's saying. See, I'm trying to include you into the conversation that the Freemasons are having with each other in public via symbolism, unbeknownst to you. Listen to what famous US footballer Tom Brady said regarding his wife.
So, man, I listened to her. And right after the game, she said, see, I did a lot of work. You do your work, I do mine. She said, you're lucky you married a witch. I'm just a good witch.
Well, this is Tom Brady. And this is his wife. Both initiated into the secret society. Of course they are. Wait, she's not displaying the one-eye symbol of the Freemasons, is she? That's just art, isn't it? Well, no, it's not. She's a witch. And her husband just told you she was. Here's Steve Miller's front cover to the famous song Abracadabra. And he covers his eye, because he's a member of the one-eye religion. And abracadabra is a legitimate word used in witchcraft. Here it is in the 100-year-old Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Why would the word abracadabra be in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the fraternity that runs charities, hospitals, nursing homes, and that secretly supply us with popes, presidents, prime ministers, kings and queens, and the bulk of our entertainers? Why?
Who believes what this guy's saying, and who thinks, now the world is not that strange?
You know, I really think it's time to show you what the Satanists dressed as Freemasons are going to do to you and the world to finally establish their new world, their utopia. And this is going to be the segue into that. This is my last practical example of Freemasonry's satanic roots. And now I'll close this presentation with the most shocking thing you'll see or hear. You probably won't care, but to the precious few who remain, I will send you off with the greatest and most beautiful shock of all. This is Jay-Z inside his Masonic Lodge.
Bro, what the fuck? I know about this, but at some point it's like he is way more successful than any other rapper. Even Shaq had that Mason ring, and Shaq has $1 billion. Like, they told him what to invest in.
You can see the Masons in aprons in front of him. This is where Jay-Z takes his sick oaths of silence, kneels down in front of other men, and calls them most worshipful master. An appalling title to give to a man on this planet. Jay-Z the Freemason writes songs like this. This one's called Lucifer. And in Empire State of Mind he writes, Jesus can't save you. Life starts when the church ends. Oh, but he can save you, Jay-Z. He can even wake you up just before you collide into a concrete wall, doing 120 kilometers an hour. I should know. This is fellow member of the craft Alicia Keys, who sings on the track. Here she is, showing her allegiance, and wearing the broken and bloody cross of Jesus Christ. The occult peace sign, pure hatred for Jesus. There is peace when your conscience has been killed, seared to sin, and you can indulge to anything. A false and temporary kind of peace, no doubt. Here's a shot of Jay-Z's clothing line, purely Masonic, the craft.
I never realized that the hippie sexual revolution, the hippie symbol is just the cross being cracked and upside down. I never noticed that. I'm like, whoa.
Well, this is the craft he's referring to. This is him with well-known witch Marina Abramovich, also showing her sign of allegiance to Freemasonry. Now here we go. Here's Jay-Z wearing a most revealing top and the dead giveaway that you need.
What's up? Why does she do pig blood art? Like, what the fuck is that about?
To see behind the curtain of Freemasonry. Do what thou wilt. Do whatever you want. That's the adopted motto of the most notorious Satanist of the 20th century, 33rd degree Freemason, Aleister Crowley. Here is his certificate of appointment. Notice the 33rd degree inscription and the double-headed eagle of Freemasonry. And here, next to his name on the certificate, including the symbol for a Grand Commander of Freemasonry, as shown in there.
That's a good way to think about taking religion out as the only way for true peace. Really? You know who's not religious is Crazy Slick. Right? Last I checked, Ali Dawa ain't doing this kind of shit, bro. Ali Dawa, that guy's busy fucking battling people.
Encyclopedia. But to really confirm that he's a Freemason, here he is doing the Masonic sign of the Master of the Second Veil. Now here's a legitimate letter from Alistair. Again, the addition of his inscription of the 33rd degree, and he signs off with a symbol of the past commander of Freemasonry. What does he write beside it? Baphomet. This Baphomet.
Have you seen Ali Dawah deal with gay people? That guy cracks me the fuck up, bro.
Now listen to this man to get a clearer picture of the truth behind the secret religion of the stars and the leaders of the world. Alistair is the founder.
No, I'm telling you, you start watching his videos and you hate him, and the more you watch him, the more he converts you, and by the end of it, anyone who interrupts him, you're like, hey, let him speak. Like, that guy turned me into a... Like, Muhammad Hijab could not turn me into a fan, but Ali, bro, he's just too fucking funny sometimes.
Of a Luciferian church called the Ordo Templi Orientis, and he named himself the Beast 666, straight from the Bible, depicting the number of wickedness in human form. In his what's called Libes writings, he says, with my hawk's head, I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross. Do you see the hatred? You think they don't hate you too? Keep watching. And from the Equinox, with the all-seeing eye of Freemasonry, this illustration. What does it mean? The writer himself explains. The picture is symbolic of the new eon, the new age. From the blasted stump of dogma hangs the hag with dyed and bloody hair, Christianity. There's a massive glimpse into the new world order that's coming. Keep watching. And down here, do what thou wilt.
Religious people are the biggest pedos. Dude, you're talking about every farmer, billions of people around Earth that are just good people. Now go look at Epstein flight logs. I'll show you some fucking pedos, bro. They're always atheists.
Is the true nature. The true nature, remember? The broad morals. There is no such thing as evil. So do what you want. Can you see the Masonic future yet? Can you see the hidden hatred that pulses through its veins? If they believe in do what thou wilt, what do you think they will do to you? And what do you think they'll do in order to build this new world? This is from a commentary on his book of the law. The Beast 666 adviseth that all children should be accustomed from infancy to witness every type of sexual act. Do what thou wilt. And what about the royal art of Freemasonry? Magic is the highest, most absolute, and most divine knowledge of natural philosophy. What a statement. The highest, most absolute and divine. Well, let's have a closer look into some of the more hidden secrets of the most divine natural philosophy known as magic. Any living being is a storehouse of energy, varying in quantity according to the size and health of the animal. At the death of the animal, this energy is liberated suddenly. The animal, therefore, should be killed within the circle, within the magic circle, so that energy that's released can be captured and directed to serve the will of the witch, male or female. This is science, a hidden science. But now hear this, coming from a 33rd degree Freemason, and don't you forget that. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most suitable sacrifice. Can you see?
How do you square you're a supporter of Trump and his affiliation with Epstein? Yeah. No, he's the only president in history who broke his connection with Epstein after meeting him once. That's very based. I really like that about him. Right? What did the other president do? He flew on his airplane 27 times. 27 fucking times? Holy shit, bro. It's a lot of children.
This is who Jay-Z is quoting on his top. This is who this Jonas brother holds in high esteem. This is who the Beatles have on their front cover as a figure they admire. No worse, they put it at the top. This is the same picture of the front cover in a mirrored form, and after some kaleidoscoping, you'll find this. Fellow Freemason Aleister Crowley sits at the top, and down the bottom there even appears the phallus with the testicles, and up here the vesica Pisces, also known as the vagina. Does this picture make more sense now?
Like, if you think about it, Crazy Slick is just Epstein, Zherka's Trump, chilled with him once, and Mizkif is Bill Clinton.
Now, all Freemasons, yes indeed. And by the way, that's where Jay-Z got his symbol from Satanism, as portrayed here by Satanist and Freemason Aleister Crowley, and by Satanic Church founder Anton LaVey. Does anyone still think that Freemasonry isn't Satanism in disguise? Let's finally take a peek into the royal art of Freemasonry. And this is the briefest way I could show you, from the complete book of Magic and Witchcraft. This is a practitioner's manual, not from some bogus author trying to expose witchcraft. Just so you can get it through your head that this is real, and this is protected. The writer or compiler of this...
You're coping if you think Trump is not a pedo. Nah, look at Trump's interaction with children, and look at Joe Biden's. It's like, you're coping if you don't see a difference.
God-forsaken book warns the reader that the recipes may seem disgusting, but the knowledge revealed has been forbidden, and has caused suffering and death to witches and the victims of witches. You don't think witchcraft was a serious menace in times past and present? Come with me, and I'll show you how bad this menace actually gets, as the world's most powerful and secret religion moves ever closer to fulfilling its biblical destiny, and it will. Close your eyes or not, it will fulfill.
Oh no, video's real, bro.
Firstly, let's
That
connect
video's
CR
real as
straight to
fuck.
modern Freemasonry with the word abracadabra. Both written in triangular form, from the Manual of Witchcraft and from the Encyclopedia of the Secret Society that your Prime Minister belongs to.
Oh yeah.
And just like high-ranking Freemasons, male and female witches also drink out of a human skull. But here the practitioner drinks wine, in which they first dissolve or boil the brains or heart of an animal, before consuming it all from the human skull. In this ritual, the initiate is instructed to drink in the night at spring water, out of a skull of one that hath been slain. That's right. Out of it, the skull of a human who's been murdered or sacrificed.
Abracadabra.
Otherwise, eat a pig with a knife that's still a man. Please don't turn away. Look straight ahead and open your eyes to the planet you are on, because the real monster under your bed doesn't actually go away when you close your eyes. In other rituals of the craft, you burn a rooster while he's alive. With the use of a poisonous plant used in ointments and potions of witches, you can assure death and destruction on the victim. You want to make a female enemy sterile, or a male enemy impotent for the rest of his life? Otherwise, you can just kill them. The hand of glory is the severed hand that is dried and preserved to be used in black magic. Yes, a dead human hand. A black circle is most effective for operations of evil. The use of blood and sex in ritual was considered helpful for obtaining the necessary energy.
Dude, there's one book I read where you're jacking off, you're about to come, and you hold your life force and immediately cut a chicken's head off or a rooster's head off. And as soon as its head gets cut off, you finish yourself a nut. I'm like, what's supposed to happen? Why is this book talking about this? And why is this guy knighted by the queen? Like, why would the queen knight someone who writes this fucking book?
To successfully work magic or achieve mystical insight. But here's where the darkness
Also,
thickens even further.
why is witchcraft called the royal art? Like, that makes no sense, bro.
Animals such as black cats or children may be sacrificed, and participants may drink the blood of the sacrifice. And just so you know that Stanley Kubrick wasn't joking, an orgy of participants sometimes follows the mass. No remorse, just science, the science of witchcraft, the royal art. And here, what's necessary for the working is the fat of young children, dead children. How many children do you think go missing in Australia every year? That's how many. And what about the world? Is it 1 million? Well, according to the International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, it's 8 million children per year. Do you think that the highest, most absolute, and most divine knowledge of natural philosophy has anything to do with that? Any chance of an international secret system that is bolstered by initiations and degrees, and bound under the most brutal penalties that the human mind can ever devise? Do you think that has any involvement? Any chance of that? Am I saying that this Freemason has sacrificed children? No, I never said that. But did he ever even remotely mention the secret societies? Did he ever try to warn you? Educate you? No, he was under oath. Am I saying that these Freemasons have sacrificed children?
This is his best take in the whole video, right here.
No, I never said that either. But have they ever warned you about a secret society that believes that Lucifer is the savior?
Yeah, how have none of these people ever mentioned the word Freemason? Like, yeah, these are the guys who print the money. They're not really involved with the government. They're their own thing. How can they're all afraid to say that word?
The society functioning right under your nose, that secret society? No, not a chance. Julia Gillard admitted she belonged to one, but that's about it because they're all under oath. So where does this ancient craft originate from? It originates from the spirit realm, from spirit beings. That's who taught mankind the royal art, before civilization began. In this chapter, The Rites of Satanism and Witchcraft, the manual explains that a typical satanic Sabbath was, number one, a homage to the devil, usually performed as the osculum infamy, also known as the kiss of shame, which is so shameful that we'll just put it this way. The ritual involves kissing the hindquarters of the devil, the rear. Surely this is far removed from anything to do with Freemasonry. People, the original order of the Knights Templar were found guilty of this very same obscene ritual. And where do you find the modern variant of the Knights Templars of today? I told you, in the highest degree of Freemasonry, right here. Here's a couple of them now. And what's on this Templar's head? From the Masonic Encyclopedia, remember? A symbol of the Baphomet, according to 33rd degree Aleister Crowley. And we could confirm that in the Satanic Bible. That's exactly what's hiding deep inside Freemasonry. I'm only showing you this to show you the reality of Satanism and the demonic realm, the world you can't see.
Well, this earth, and this earth, and then a world we can't see.
Look here. The hierarchy of demons occupies a more important place in both black and white magic rituals. Both black and white. This is where the power of witchcraft comes from. And this is the reason these bizarre rituals actually function and actually work. Because after the ritual is performed on Earth, its effects are carried out to their conclusion in the spirit realm by spiritual beings or demons, actual demons.
Okay, so Aleister Crowley, who's a fucking retard not known for anything, becomes the most influential man of the 20th century. And he gets knighted and becomes a 33-degree Freemason. And all he studied was anal black magic. And I'm supposed to think magic is fairy tales? How the fuck did he get knighted, bro? What? If it's a fairy tale, how did he get knighted?
Up in the back there? It's well known that you have a huge interest in the occult and one of the largest collections of books.
I don't have a huge collection. Somebody wrote I had 20,000 books. I'd have to live in a bath. I have maybe 4 or 5. I have The Devil Rides Out, first edition, signed to me by Dennis Wheatley. There's a book just come out about him called The Devil is a Gentleman. And I have
Sith
met
Lord.
people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly never been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul. I don't have a big library in the account.
So, believing in black magic is cringe and stupid, but this dude believes in it. And everyone who has like billions of fucking dollars believe in it. But it, like Hassan told us it's fake, right? So Hassan must be right.
No. I don't know. Look, the internet and the media, if they can't think of something to do, they invent it. If they can't think of something to say, they invent it. I don't know who thought that one up. Looks good in...
He said if you dabble with black magic, you'll not only lose your mind, you'll lose your soul. Bruh, what are you saying right now, bro? You're a Sith Lord. What is this?
To see that the Quran contains a wealth of information about the world of the occult. Our analysis will focus on the second chapter of the Quran, known as Surah Al-Baqarah, in particular, verses 101 to 102. We will analyze these verses from the perspective of history and archaeology. The verses begin by saying, "And when a messenger from Allah came to them, confirming that which was with them, the children of Israel, a party of those who had been given the scripture threw the scripture of Allah behind their backs, as if they did not know what it contained, and they followed instead what the devils had recited during the reign of Solomon." The classical Muslim exegetes Ibn Kathir and Al-Tabari both explained that the Quran here is referring to a faction of Jews at the time of Muhammad, peace be upon him, who rejected him despite knowing he was a messenger. The
What are you doing to me, bro?
Quran rebukes them for not acting upon this knowledge of his prophethood, which is contained in their very own scriptures. They are accused of abandoning their scriptures and instead resorting to practicing the magic of their ancestors from the time of Solomon. There are a number of amazing insights to note here. Firstly, we can see that the Quran makes an important distinction between scripture and the works of devils, namely that of magic.
Yeah, how come it's just called the Torah, but then the Talmud is called the Holy Talmud? I don't get that.
The Quran states that a party of Jews abandoned Allah's words and turned to the magic of devils, implying that their scriptures are free of magic. If we compare the Old Testament with rabbinic writings, we find that this is the case.
You know, I'm just going to stick to my video, but I appreciate you trying to get me banned.
The reality that is hidden from you. Because if you found out Satan was real, then that would have to make Jesus Christ real too. And he is the one they hate.
Should we ban that guy?
And if Jesus Christ is real, that changes everything. And this is how much they hate him. The prayer that Jesus taught his disciples is performed backwards. The high priest is sometimes naked. A prostitute assists him, and a naked virgin, who may later be deflowered, is the altar. Everything that is sacred is defiled, and everything that is filthy is honoured as pure. Because of their burning hatred of Jesus Christ. Just as he's hated by the fallen angels that they worship. It gets worse when you hear what they use as a substitute for the bread that Jesus broke and told his disciples to eat in remembrance of him.
Dude, I don't want to believe in magic, bro. This shit's getting like... Hey, do you guys want to play Magic the Gathering? It's getting so gay, bro. This is getting too much, bro. I'm turning into a kook. Why is the end of the rabbit hole this extreme? Why can't it be just CERN portals or something more realistic? God. How did you sleep on trend? I have bad insomnia. I used to be a stoner. I do agree with Zherka and everything, bro. I'm just... Okay.
a wafer which initiates me with this, this, and this. Or the name of Satan may be written upon it. And this isn't even witchcraft, this is just a ceremony announcing who they love and who they hate.
Sheesh.
Of all the episodes I plan on doing in this series on Berserk, this will...
Oh my god, you guys are killing me, bro.
So is Satan real? It continues to state in the hierarchy of demons at the very top, Satanakia, whose title is the Commander-in-Chief. What did Bob Dylan, the Freemason, call the one he made a bargain with?
Should I ask who you made the bargain with? with the chief commander.
Chief commander.
Same title, Commander-in-Chief, Chief Commander. Are you following? But watch this. In case the darkness is getting a little too thick and encompassing for you, let's shine a little light. The true light that only the Gospels can supply. Speaking to us humans and revealing something about Satan, the Gospels state, you follow the spirit of the age in this world system as dominated by the commander of the spiritual powers of the air. Satan, the god of this world, the commander. You still think the Gospels are wrong or fake? See, Satanists know that the spirits also live in the air, just as the Gospels reveal. You can summon any of these demonic spirits by name if you possess the royal art. Who do you think this figure on the front cover represents? A magician who is inadequately prepared and cannot attain his desires may seek the aid of Satan. That's who this is. Now that you know, hopefully for a fact, that these are at the top of the human food chain. Do you think they'd be fooling around with stupid fairy tales? No, witchcraft and Satanism is absolutely...
Yeah, enough, bro. That always gets me, man. Fuck you, you fucking dumb bitch. Fucking guy always gets me. Every cocksucking time, bro. Turn that fucking... That dog need to go in soup, bro. I don't give a fuck. He should eat that dog. I don't give a fuck. You have a fucking bond with your fucking... I don't give a shit about your bond with your stupid dog. That dog belongs in soup with the fucking tail coming out. Hey, people bond to their fucking cows and they eat them. Who gives a fuck about that dog? He should eat that dog. He should fucking slay that dog and eat it. Fuck the dog, bro. Give me fucking anxiety. Fucking retard dog. What kind of fucking dog barks like that at fucking 3 a.m., bro? 5. Oh my god. Fucking sacrifice that dog. Let's sacrifice that dog to fucking bring the evil spirits, bro. Fuck it. Oh, I need my anxiety to drop, man. That is the gayest dog ever, bro. How do you not edit that part out? This guy can't edit. Fucking Asmongold is coping.
real, hence their earthly power. This demon here, fifth in the pyramid structure, holds the title of Inspector General. And what's the title of the highest degree in Freemasonry, who exists in every local lodge in every suburb, a suburb near you? Inspector General. Same title as the living demon. Do you believe me now? You can even conjure Lucifer.
Bro, Elmi, I'm not... The last time you linked me an Arab dude stabbing another Arab dude on YouTube, not banned, and then he ate his vomit and feces. And I'm like, bro, I'm never clicking on your fucking links again. The fuck do you know, Tina? You're a woman, bro. You come from our ribs. You come from a man's rib. Just remember that before you have, like, before you get cocky here. You come, like, you're literally from our rib.
For himself, or be Beelzebub, who the Gospels call the Prince of the Devils. Both of whom are listed as superior spirits in this book of witchcraft and magic. I can show you so much more from this disgusting book, but I'll cut it off here with the seal of Saturn, a demonic sigil from the complete book of magic and witchcraft. And this is his seal. Can you see? Do you see? This is the society that lives amongst you, above you. The one-eyed religion of Freemasonry, hidden right in front of those who have their eyes wide shut. I'm going to now show you what that world that they are building, from the ashes of the one you're currently living in, looks like. But lastly, to drive this business of blood sacrifice home, here's American rapper Azealia Banks.
It's blood, semen, rituals. Okay?
With the 666 hand sign, and now over the all-seeing eye.
This bitch gonna tell you she used pig blood for her art. Look at this bitch's art.
The all-seeing eye in her video. The eye in the triangle of the Freemasons on her shirt, and the devil's horns. Her liberator, her master, her commander. And now displaying the secret society vow of silence. Along with that, the last brief glimpse into the highly concealed royal art of Freemasonry.
Amount of crap that's about to come off my floor right now, guys. Oh my god. 3 years worth of brujeria. Yes, you know I gotta scrape all this shit up.
And what does brujeria mean? You know what it means. Witchcraft.
Bro,
Azealia Banks, the witch, with her...
You gonna tell me that's... So she says it's pig blood for their rituals. Why are famous people always caught I mean, they're not even caught. They just show us what they get up to. And it's all, if it's not witchcraft, it's pedo. If it's not pedo, it's witchcraft. And if it's not pedo, witchcraft, it's pedo, witchcraft. Every god cock-sucking time. How am I crazy, dude? You're calling me crazy? Dude, Kevin Spacey's a pedophile. He's a member of the World Economic Forum. Like, he's a member of the enough links, bro. You're traumatizing me.
Tribal background.
See, this is what I mean.
In terms of religious affiliation, most assume he was a Shiite, because indeed, very significantly, he often mentions Ja'far as-Sadiq, the 6th Shiite Imam, as his teacher and as the person who has taught him all the esoteric secrets. And this is a very important and interesting point, that the Shia Imams were often seen as the source of all esoteric knowledge and sciences in the Islamic world.
I swear, Sunnis hate Shias more than anything on earth. Like, yo, chill the fuck out, bro. Right? There's demons out there you gotta battle, bro. Relax.
Ja'far as-Sadiq, in particular, stands as a central figure in this regard, and is held in high esteem as a teacher by both Shiites and Sunnis, albeit for different reasons. It's not just alchemy that is associated with the Shia Imams, but all kinds of esotericism and occultism related to religious practice and beyond. But alchemy remained an important science during the Middle Ages and into the modern world, and would indeed...
Look, this guy's had enough of that shit. This guy down here, he's like, this guy's a black magician, dude. Like, even his moderator's not having it. They're like, yo, we need to hang this motherfucker.
Some of the groundwork and lead
started from beginning. Dude, this is 33 minutes. Oh, God. A liberal white woman? You know this bitch is possessed. Uh-oh. No. Run. Okay, here we go.
I in the triangle shirt. And the logo of, for example, the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry in Spain. One and the same symbol.
I can't. I'm not doing this with my chat, bro. I'll go to emote only on you quick. You just give me your money. Okay? Do your fucking job, chat.
The logo of the Fraternity of the Freemasons and the logo of this Church of Lucifer. The one eye. One and the same symbol. Freemasonry has deceived you. Yes, people, now you know how Satanism has functioned, out of sight and out of mind. You still think there's no such thing as witchcraft? Or that it only existed in the olden days? You still think that blood isn't a part of the royal art? You still think that local Masonic lodges of the world are not filtering systems for Satanists and a cloak for organized Satanism?
You know how I know most people are Satanists? If a dude said, here's $20 million, suck my cock first. Dude, most men on earth would say, okay, I guess I get a Ferrari today. Most men would start sucking that dick. Dude, that's like 99% of men on earth will start fucking sucking that dick. And that's when you realize, when you're sucking that satanic dick, guess what Satan's true magical power is? It takes him a long time to come. And you are really working hard. That's, you know, and I'm glad it takes him that long to come. There's your ritual. Yeah, you wanted the ritual, my dude. That's his superpower. Get busy, atheist. Get busy, you fucking atheist. Fucking get your Ferrari, bro. Unplug the keyboard today. Yo, so fucking weird, bro.
With a grand master plan for the world. You think there's nothing to the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ? After seeing...
How the hell am I not the funniest guy on earth? You know, I'm tired and I'm fucking best streamer. That joke will never happen again. I'm repeating that joke in exactly 2 days. That shit was gold, man. You know what I mean? That was a fucking great one. That was really good. Shit, man. That's new. You'll be hearing me repeat that 5 times a week, bro.
All this and the Auxilia Banks clip, and after realizing that there exists a hidden and guarded science of the art of blood sacrifice, You think there was no science behind Jesus' crucifixion? A deeper reality that we can't see or understand?
Is that his fucking dog? Fuck was that?
Jesus didn't know what he was doing?
I got the heebie-jeebies, bro. Where's the sun?
Are you one of those who still think he didn't exist? Tell me, how can they hate something that doesn't exist?
That was pretty based. I love how like the wind, his hair is so magnificent and shit. See, when I start giggling, it takes the piss out of the whole video. But you know, I like this guy, right?
If only you could hear from some other Freemasons who have the courage to break their oaths. But you won't. You won't. This is probably it. But I once heard from a Freemason, an honest one, in about 2016.
After Asmongold post OTK breakup, right? Asmongold has fucking lost it.
I posted this picture on Facebook. He knew the truth, just like you do now, or just like you should. And he wrote to me, and he said, by the time we are done, every church will be a brothel.
Yeah, okay, that's clearly a troll, dude. Like guys, I've went undercover in alt accounts when I was a teenager, and whatever someone would say, like a vegan would say something on Facebook, and I'd message them, eating a lot of cow today. I hope that cow suffered. And the vegan would be like, you satanic bitch. And some dude would talk about eating meat, and I'd message him, you're a murderer. You killed that. You buying cows that have gone through factory farming. And I used to just troll everyone. So maybe the guy who DM'd him is just a fucking teenager.
Well, in case you think that that's impossible, this is a fashion show that was held in a church, a real church, and it was organized by high-ranking Freemasons, who you will see now to be Satanists. Designed to be a heart-wrenching mockery and a colossal sign of the times, this event. Just so you know it's a Masonic production, here's the inside of a lodge. See those twin pillars? Well, here they are. See the Masonic shaded floorboard? Well, there it is. See the Masonic square and compass? Well, there it is. And do you see the eye Freemasonry? Yeah, there they are. The lower square in the square and compass has been disfigured so that as to not make it too obvious.
Okay, that's not the reason.
But now that we've established that, here is the...
They put all the symbolism but crack a bit of it so it's not too obvious. Like, come on, bro. Just say it's in plain sight. Don't... That's where people are going to like start thinking it's a troll.
Theory of Freemasonry, as displayed through just a few of the models. This one wears the horns of the Baphomet, the horns of Satan, with his all-seeing eye in the background. More horns. This model wears the all-seeing eye, as does this one. And this disgusting thing with another huge all-seeing eye of Lucifer in the background. Then there's this, with a satanic pentagram on her face. And finally, this male model in a skirt with two satanic inverted crosses of Jesus Christ on his top in a church. Oh, the morbid victory of the Freemasons.
It is that deep. If you think that's just art, you're a fucking idiot. Let me show you something. Okay, who's ready to never sleep again? I warned you.
We're told that the sun
Hold
is a
on.
massive...
The sun is not here. Look at this shit. Get ready. One in the chat if you're ready. I don't know if I should do this to you. Ready? Who has the original video? Look at the Black Pope. If you don't know what the Black Pope is, you should Google it. Here, let me do my atheist impression. It's just art, John. This is the Vatican, the richest place on earth.
Bought off the Indians is now, by virtue of geography, a point of contention between His Majesty's government and the cursed United States. So,
Mr. Delaney, you've been in Africa for a number of years, so you may be unaware that Britain and the United States are currently at war.
I know.
Well, you'll understand then that private ownership of the Nootka Sound landing ground represents an opportunity for our enemies to dispute its sovereignty when the time comes to draw the border.
I know. Yes, I know. I also know that the British and American government are preparing to begin their secret peace talks in Kent, aren't they? And negotiators are preparing depositions to draw the Canadian-American border for when the current hostilities end. And because of the strategical position of Nootka Sound, whoever owns it has legal entitlement to the entire island of Vancouver, which is the gateway to China. So, this small piece of land that my father bought for beads, bless him, and gunpowder some 30 years ago, actually, will be very, very valuable to the Crown and to the East India, but also incredibly valuable to the Americans.
Mr. Delaney, as a British subject, you owe a debt of loyalty to your king and country.
If patriotism is not in your motivation, perhaps money can be. Before your unexpected return, we had agreed a figure with your half-sister. Her husband drove a particularly hard bargain.
Sorry, no, Nook Sound is not for sale.
Open the envelope.
Are you deaf?
Oh, Mr. Delaney.
Mr. Delaney, perhaps...
The Leviathan of the seas, is it? The terrible shadow? The beast with 1,000,000 eyes and 1,000,000 ears? Conquest? Rape? Plunder? I studied your methods in your school. And I do know the evil that you do, because I was once part of it.
Are you sure you won't take a brandy?
Yes.
please take a moment to consider the consequences of your refusal?
What consequences?
Perhaps we should adjourn. Mr. Delaney, I'll give you one last chance to behave like a loyal subject of His Majesty and the lawful crown of England. Sell this land for a reasonable price. The balance of your father's mind was, well, unstable. But you have no such excuse. Now, why don't you just open the fucking envelope? Hmm?
Good night.
Well,
Elmi, what the fuck was that clip about? Ugh.
Unstoppable. For now. When people like Lady Gaga cover one eye while wearing an inverted cross, and you don't see the connection of the one eye symbolism to Satanism, then your observational skills have been compromised. In the span of 2 days, I saw these ads in my local shopping centre, and that alone tells me that the satanic age is here, manifesting all around us, seemingly invisible, while you look straight ahead through the symbols. Just like the initiation process of the secret societies themselves, society at large must be incrementally introduced and seduced into further depravity and self-love. And haven't we been slowly but surely perverted over time, degree by degree, until we think that men dressing as women is beautiful and healthy, anal sex is a form of expressing love, and the sick world of pornography is considered as liberating for women and men, and protected by free speech. In California, babies are allowed to be aborted after birth, because it's a woman's choice. And that's not considered murder. A world where we should applaud young children like Desmond is amazing, cross-dressing, while he dances for gay men at a gay bar on a podium, because he's paving the way for the kids of the future. And we should get shamed, fined, and even jailed if we point out that this is sick, sinful, and dare call it evil, which is what it is. What spirit is behind Desmond is amazing. Oh yeah, an evil spirit, no doubt about it. You think Freemasonry and their peculiar morals aren't behind the decline of Christian morality and morality worldwide? It's all by design. The Masonic war on Jesus and the Christian social structure, generally undetected by human perceptions, and still people will write to me and comment on how absurd what I've said is. A cloud over the eyes of their heart. Well, I'll tell you this. There is no bigger axe that has ever been grinded than the one Freemasonry grinds. Because the appearance of Jesus Christ pretty much destroyed their religion, drove it underground, and they will have their revenge. Soon you're going to see it. We've all been initiated into the lowest levels of materialistic Satanism under the banner of secular humanism. I know blokes who think that life's great, mate. Life's terrific. Life's what you make it. Evil, Lucifer, Satan, these are just words that Christians invented to help them sleep better at night. There are no cults. There are no conspiracies. John F. Kennedy's speech about secret societies plotting against the world, that's not relevant anymore. That's history. There's no such thing as Satanism amongst civilized people. Oh, children, when darkness comes to your door, takes your wife, takes your health, your job, your home.
Bro, someone in chat said Cerberus in the background. My God, this chat is so fucking annoying, bro. Let the man preach. Why you gotta always take the soul out of people, man? Let him preach.
Your freedom, your children. Then you call out, oh my God, this is evil. Why is this happening to me? Well, here comes the darkness. Here comes the evil. You want to know what the new world looks like? You want to know what the future holds? You want to know what horror is coming to our planet? As Jesus told us, for then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now. And
wouldn't mind if his dog died. Alright? Not saying I would do it. I'm saying if it happened, right, I would say, hey, all dogs go to heaven. It's all good, bro. That dog has traumatized me 4 times in a row. I watched this alone, and the fucking dog, when I had headphones on, terrified me. Once with you guys, twice today. You know, like, this video's... Just edit the fucking dog out, man.
Never to be equaled again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Masonic New World Order. These are the mysterious Georgia Guidestones. also known as the American Stonehenge. They are a set of granite monoliths which were constructed in 1980 and funded by an unknown and anonymous group and commissioned by a man using the pseudonym R.C. Christian. On a ledger beside the monument is written...
You know, everyone's like, John, what does R.C. Christian stand for? Well, it's a mockery on Christianity, but isn't R.C. just Rothschild? Why does everyone get this name wrong? Am I the only one on the internet who said it's Rothschild? Like, how does everyone get the name wrong? Like, everyone's like, well, what if he means, like, R.C. Remote?
Let these be guidestones to an age of reason. Here we have a reference to a new age. With this, we get a clue as to the spirit behind the structure.
He says Rosicrucian.
The Age of Reason happens to be the title of a book by Thomas Paine. Now, you can colour him any which way you want to, but whichever way, one glaring colour shines through. Thomas was a hater of Christianity. That's the second clue to the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones. The third is the fact that the Guidestones feature as what could be seen as a replacement to the Ten Commandments of the Christian God with the new Ten Commandments of the New Age. Because I will not steal, cheat, lie, kill, and so on. They're just, well, too narrow for the New Age, for the Age of Reason. Clearly designed to be a take on the biblical commandments, being 10 in number. They are all very vague indeed. But anyone can ascertain the horror that must first take place before this New Age can begin by looking at the first guideline. Because this one's not vague at all. Maintain humanity at under 500 million. That's right, a reduction of at least 7 billion human beings would be necessary for that. This thing cost the equivalent of $500,000 US to build, and the street it's located on is named after it, so that tells you how much reach its creators had. Its presence alone is a disgrace and a declaration of execution to most living people alive today. But let's go on to the fourth clue, as to the spirit behind these monuments. The monuments outlining the Age of Reason. The name R.C. Christian, the so-called person who commissioned the building of these giant slabs, anyone who's versed in secret societies or is a high-ranking member themselves would instantly recognize the pseudonym as a reference to the secret society known as the Rosicrucians, which is just another secret society branch that exists under the umbrella of Freemasonry, which is an extension of all secret societies of the past and is now the mother of all of them. In this Masonic website, Worshipful Master Win Westcott urges the Freemasons to consider their status as Rosicrucians. The RC stands for Rosenkreuz. Christian Rosenkreuz is the mythical founder of the Rosicrucian order. And as impossible as it is for me to prove that Thomas Paine himself, the writer of Age of Reason, was a Freemason, he did also write this book, The Origin of Freemasonry. That is the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones, the satanic spirit. And it's straight off of that view of this approaching New Age. I told you, the whole system is about to change. And it's not going into the future. It's actually going back into the past. The old religion, that's what's taking everything over. And you'll walk straight into it, blind as a bat, thinking these people want to help you. They will appear as your saviors, forgetting...
If they're so secret, why are they in public? What are you, stupid, bro? They don't actually care about people knowing about their secret ruling class. They have books that say we worship Lucifer, not a joke BTW. Like, they're not hiding any of that, right?
Or never being told in the first place that all this time there have been two societies in the world. The visible one, which is the one we're in, and the invisible one. Remember that the invisible one considers you profane, vile, and vulgar. Why on earth would they want to keep you around? In a book I can't mention written by them, people are referred to as useless eaters. We've become excess inventory, redundant, and past our use-by date in their eyes. Think about this. According to a prediction by information technology and research advisory firm Gartner, 1/3 of jobs will be replaced by software, robots, and smart machines by 2025. That's 4 years away. Google engineering director Ray Kurzweil anticipates that robots will have reached human-level intelligence by 2029. And by 2050, 80% of all jobs will be eliminated by automation. What on earth are you and your family good for then? What do you think the secret society will do to the viral multitude then? The utopia is coming, but it ain't your utopia. You still think that by the measure of the minds of international Satanism, you should be kept around? This excess baggage that the bulk of society has become? No. The new age is dawning. And generally speaking, you're not invited. It'll just look like you are. Remember that Charles Darwin, the Freemason, is listed as an influential figure in the Satanic Church. So, mass murder and mass death are natural and necessary themes in the name of evolution. An artificially induced evolution into this. Here's the same image in real life in Eilat, Israel, seemingly unrelated to the seal on the US dollar bill, right? But standing in glory with a Masonic square and compass, telling you exactly who owns this pyramidal symbol, complete with the one eye on top. Same symbol, same designers, worshipping the same God. You should be getting goosebumps by now. Is this a conspiracy led by international Freemasonry? Oh, you don't have to bet your life on it, because your life has already been placed as a bet on your behalf, and without your knowledge, but with your permission. Because all of the information is hidden in plain sight. In your face is where it's hidden. You're going to lose this battle, unless you've been hidden in Jesus Christ, the only one who warned you that the new age is a trap, and that it is the climax to this epic drama being played out on planet Earth. Now hang on, brace yourself, because I am going to let you down. This is a magazine called The New Age, but if you press rewind, you can find its source. Supreme Council of 33 Degree Freemasonry. This one stretches way back to 1922. See the twin pillars of Freemasonry? Look, this is 19th century Freemason and New Age pioneer Helena Blavatsky on the cover of this edition. She's the one who wrote that darkness is absolute light, and that Satan is the god of our planet, and that we are in hell. But do you think the readers of these magazines are told that? No. Darkness is sold as light. Satan is disguised, and it's him in the details.
Is everything hippie is satanic when you think about it? The religion of love. That's the gayest shit I've ever heard in my life, bro.
Sonic New Age magazine was the precursor to all magazines and trends, promoting the great deception of self-love and spirituality. Meanwhile, you're feeding off the plate that Luciferians serve you. Look at how the Satanic Bible in 1966 reveals the reality behind the curtain. Evidence of a new satanic age. A new age. The new satanic age. All rigged and all propelled by Freemasonry. Satanism's magic cloak. After all, then I think you should have guessed by now that Anton Szandor LaVey, the founder of the Satanic Church, the one who vowed to help destroy Christianity, is himself a Freemason. I can't prove it to you, but I know it, because of not only his obvious fondness of the fraternity of the Freemasons and the mention of it in his Satanic Bible, and its vital role in the Satanic takeover, but also because of the symbols, specifically this one, generally called the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw. Freemason James de Rothschild displaying the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw, X-Factor's L.A. Reid showing the Devil's Horns next to fellow Freemason Avril Lavigne, the Secret Society sign for the Devil's Number, and displaying the Devil's Claw, over and over. The better example is with New Age guru Annie Besant, co-writer of Lucifer magazine and 33rd degree Freemason, also showing the Lion's Paw here and here. But the best example I have is with Aerosmith, guitarist Joe Perry clearly displaying the sign of the Master of the Second Veil of the Freemasons, and right next to him, Steven Tyler, doing the Lion's Paw. Clearly both Freemasons, secretly showing their allegiance with symbols, and here's Anton LaVey displaying the same Masonic symbol. Yes, a Freemason founded the Satanic Church. Now that we know who's really behind the so-called New Age, listen to some of the confessions of the New Agers in their literature, once you scrape past all the talk of spirituality and love and rainbows. New Age author, feminist and hater of Christianity, Barbara G. Walker writes in The Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, a 666 was the magic number of the triple Aphrodite. She further compliments the number when she calls it the miraculous number 666. Speaking of the New Age to come, PhD Christopher Hyatt writes in Undoing Yourself, as we moved closer and closer to the well-planned-for and long-awaited invocation of the Prime Minister unto the very King of Hell, the Grand Vicar of Lord Lucifer. Yes, the very well-planned-for and very long-awaited indeed. Do you see what's coming? Mr. Hyde also enlightens us in the fact that opposites do not exist apart from the mind. Evil and good are all in your head. That's why you should brace yourself, because these are the minds creating the New World System. He confirms this. The New Age will require new men, men of higher consciousness and fortitude. All of our present dogma models will crumble. He means the Christian and the Christian social structure will crumble. In the introduction to the book, another PhD, Robert Anton Wilson, tells you what the New Age really thinks of the Christian social structure, which you have more or less enjoyed your whole life, Christian or not. Christianity and democracy have been among the worst disasters to ever befall the human race. I told you, atheists, you're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Here's a picture of Robert with the Masonic eye in the triangle on the wall behind him. Remember where the term New Age came from. So once again, do you think that the new system, the New Age, is going to be democratic, a system that respects you, or gives a damn about what you think once it's in place? Let me answer it this way. Christopher Hyatt quotes from one of his literary heroes and famed philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, "What is more harmful than any vice? Active sympathy for the ill-constituted and weak, Christianity." So to be a Christian and to actively have sympathy for the weak, that's the worst vice. That's backward and evil. So the answer's no. This is what I'm warning you about. And look, Friedrich's work has exerted a profound influence on modern history. That's from Wikipedia. You know what else Friedrich said? You probably won't find this on Wikipedia. The domestic animal, the herd animal, the sick animal man. That's the Christian. And what book of Friedrich Nietzsche were these quotes pulled from? The Antichrist. Nietzsche also wrote Beyond Good and Evil. That's how the all-seeing eye sees things, remember? So does Christopher Hyatt mention mass murder and depopulation in his book? Sure, here you go. Those who would survive can do so only by grasping the vision of what lies ahead. The new wave that will carry them into an interesting future. Yeah, where the Vicar of Lucifer is God and Prime Minister. He openly admits the identity of this man. This Antichrist that most of you still think is a fairy tale figure from a fairy tale book. Jesus calls him the man of sin whose number is 666. The actual Antichrist, beloved of the secret societies. Yes, people, the New Age is satanic, actually and literally. On the front cover of this book, in which Christopher was co-writer, you can clearly see the eye in the triangle of the Freemasons.
Yeah, my ex-boss was a Freemason, and guess what? That's how I got into this fucking shit. I used to just look into Illuminati. That guy traumatized me.
Above the Baphomet. Christopher admits in another book that both satanic cults and Christian fundamentalists are closer to seeing the truth than most normal people. Yes, indeed, how true that is. In Coming World Changes, Harriet and Homer Curtis speak of a prophecy they received from a mysterious spirit titled King of the World. Now, I wonder who that could be. Think not that any country in this broad world can escape. And they also speak of the long-expected great teacher, the king of the new one-world government. The victors will remain as the seed of the new race to people the new land, for the new sixth great race. This is the race that Luciferian Lady Gaga referred to. All part of the plan. In Threshold to Tomorrow, New Age author Ruth Montgomery writes on page 206 that only those open to the reality of one world will be around to enjoy it. Sounds like another vague suggestion for mass murder. the viewer understands.
You know, when I was younger, I used to wonder, like, how everyone is okay with Lady Gaga. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how come I find it so demonic? And how come, like, I'm not raised religious. Why am I so disgusted by this? I thought it was just me for the longest time. Then I grew up, I'm like, no. There are people who just turned their television off. It's not just me.
Stanley's book title implies much the same thing. Initiation of the world. That's right, it's coming. You think Vera hasn't been initiated into the secret one-eye religion? What else has she authored? How about the finding of the third eye, the all-seeing eye?
I saw a stream where Maya told Misk if she likes John's cigarette smell, maybe she will fly to you. What the when the fuck did she say that? When had she even gotten close enough to smell me? What are you talking about? Bro, I hugged them once when they were not evil. Stop that, man. I wish them the best. Like, I hold them accountable, but I wish them the best. I'm telling you. When I say they need each other more than anything, God is binding them together. Enough playtime, Mizkif. Enough playtime, Maya. You guys need each other right now. You guys should... I'm telling you, if this doesn't bind them closer together, they're not gonna be healthy, man.
New Age author John Randolph Price writes in The Planetary Commission, in question and answer form, how do you define the Antichrist? The answer is pretty amazing. Any individual or group who denies the divinity of man as exemplified by Jesus Christ, the higher self of each individual, which Jesus Christ never exemplified because he is God. If you deny that men and women are divine gods, you are unfit for the glorious New Age kingdom. And you are the definition of Antichrist. In Practical Spirituality, he prepares his readers for a population drop of 2.5 billion people before the New Age era can begin. On page 32 of New Age author Barbara Marx Hubbard's book, Happy Birthday Planet Earth, she states that people will either change or die. That's the choice, she says. Notice the New Age has a new gospel, yet all the while, the world will be neglected of the information in the real gospels, where it warns and predicts. For if someone comes and preaches another Jesus, not the Jesus whom we preached, or another gospel, you are most beautifully tolerant of them. In the Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch, the writer has a quote-unquote direct experience with two spirits, Enoch and Metatron, and they share with the writer spiritually scientific teachings regarding the new system of things soon to be fully manifest. The reason this work is considered extra special amongst its readers is because it was the first book to point out the alignment between the Great Pyramid and the constellation of Orion. The first book ever. That's basically proof that these spirits, Enoch and Metatron, are the real deal. Not only that, it was also the first book to show the direct relationship between DNA coding and the divine name. That's pretty serious, and the atheists should be really waking up by now, because this is the world's most powerful and secret religion we're talking about, nothing less. The writer was told that those who govern the earth are those who have fallen from the heavens. He calls them the masters, and even states that they were punished with penalties that were assigned to each. These are the fallen angels of the Bible, people. These are the masters of the Masonic New Age, as proven here in one of the illustrations from the book. Same symbology. This worldwide catastrophe that is coming will bring about a complete reorganization of Earth's life system. And like all high-grade initiates of the secret societies, every attempt is made to bring positivity to the number of the Vicar of Lucifer. I was given instruction.
If you don't subscribe, you're going to hell, is what he's trying to say.
To use the specific light harmonics 666, 999, and 121212. The spirits further inform the writer of the Keys of Enoch that the pattern 666 is used to identify you with respect to the Earth's vibration. The number of the beast of the Book of Revelation of Jesus Christ is not only being glorified, it's manifesting in the world. And from another illustration from the book, once again, the same image we see being used over and over with the eye on top of the pyramid. This is the secret religion that encompasses us and has been influencing us for decades upon decades, 2 to 3 centuries, in fact. Just like the Gospels explain, this is an absolute counterfeit of the truth. Christ is mentioned everywhere, but not Jesus Christ. No, this is the Antichrist spirit, who will eventually manifest and appear to the world as one man. Doesn't sound so mythical anymore when you see that the enemies of Jesus Christ and those behind the New World System, they use biblical terms. And Christ, to depict the antithesis, the anti of the real Christ, their saviour. And these spirits from the world we can't see are the ones who taught mankind the sick art of witchcraft. Look at who supplies this book online, sacredmagic.com. You know what magic really is and what it really entails now. So once again, you can...
Wait, what?
Look at who supplies this book online. Sacredmagic.com. You know what magic really is and what it really entails now. So once again, you can see the connection, the relationship. If you still think that this phrase, New World Order, is a conspiracy theory, you're suffering from a medical condition. On the Lucius Trust website, the consultants to the European Union, you find the statement that the New World servers are occupied with the task of inaugurating the New World Order.
Yeah.
In the same article,
Lucius Trust, Lucifer Company, funded United Nations, dude. That's nuts.
This shocking admission is made. 2/3 of humanity will stand upon the path at the close of this age, and with that, 1/3 will die, or to put it surreptitiously, will be held over for later unfoldment. That's the Lucius Trust. The word Lucius being the replacement for the word Lucifer, who works hand in hand with the EU, the European Union, stating that 2.5 billion human beings are planned to be killed off, all predicted by Jesus, and only Jesus. And if you still think I'm joking or misleading you about what these people are and what they plan to do, here's a book written by the founder of the Lucius Trust, the Freemason Alice Bailey, Education in the New Age, where she, educates you about mass population reduction. When a form proves inadequate or too diseased or too crippled for the expression of that purpose, it is, from the point of view of the hierarchy, no disaster when that form has to go. Death is not a disaster to be feared. The work of the destroyer is not really cruel or undesirable. Do you see? Did you hear that? Through the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, the destroyer, for the purpose of the new world, death and mass murder isn't evil, it's good. And Alice Bailey in The Labors of Hercules also tries to re-educate us and protect that God-forsaken number, predicted in the Gospels to be associated with evil. The number of the physical plane activity is called the number of the beast. This idea seems to have a horrible fascination with many, but what it really means is that Virgo is the symbol of triplicity, 6 on the physical plane, 6 on the emotional plane, and 6 on the mental plane, not 666 at all. And one more time, from the consultants to the European Union, from their website Lucius Trust, to prove to you that these people are all working toward and waiting for the world leader. The coming of the Avatar and the advent of the coming one are the keynotes of the prevalent expectancy. After everything I've shown you, are you going to ignore this? Or worse, are you going to trust these people, of whom were predicted to this very condemnation 2,000 years ago? Right down to a one-world system, depopulation, and to the man who will carry the number 666, and with it, implement a new system, in which you won't be able to buy or sell, unless you receive a mark in your hand or forehead. And what's just been announced by Business Insider? Cashless society. Due to this, by 2024. This is the manufactured trend for the world, and you better believe it.
There it is. We're at 40149 if you want to finish that on your own time. But guys, I gotta go to the astral plane. I gotta do something really important. Appreciate each and one of you. Bring me truth or fuck off. You understand me? Good night.
Every single motherfucking thing I'm on, you gotta know.